Oh, there we go. We're good. All right, let's try this. Let's just light it up. See if it works. Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, and of course, your metal friend till the end, Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is Midnight Metal, episode 28. Are you feeling metal tonight? I mean, are you feeling metal tonight? Because, God, I hope you are, because we've got a great show. And you know what? It might not be metal, but I'm going to play something for you anyway because it's a film, it's a documentary, and before there was metal, there was surf music, there was surf guitars, and let me play you something that is equally metal. You know what? It is metal. This is predating metal, which means you could have called it metal, but metal didn't even exist yet. So without further ado, check this out.
They asked me what I do. I said, well, I play the guitar. I said, well, are you in a group?
Certainly for us guitarists, Jeff, Beck, myself and Eric, we've all played Ventures material when we were kids.
The Ventures. In the 6th grade grammar school, every boy in my class could play Wipeout on his desk.
Those instrumentals led the way.
They recorded so many records, it's insane.
They'd have a surf album. They would have a soundtrack album where they're doing movie soundtracks.
They took other people's songs and made them way better.
There was no language barrier. It was just movement.
The guitar has arrived and the Ventures are the messengers.
There was only two of us to begin with, two guitars.
There wasn't singing and a bunch of other stuff in the way. You could hear everything.
I can't imagine what it would have been like to have heard that music for the first time.
It changed people's lives, you know?
None of the rest of us would be here without the Ventures.
They were probably the first guitar teachers most of us ever had.
This is surf music, and the Ventures were a really important part of it.
Everyone wants to get that sound. It just speaks to you directly to the soul.
It just was magic to me.
To be that popular and affect people that much just with instrumentals, that's saying something.
They asked me what...
How awesome was that? That was pretty damn awesome. That is a documentary that was directed by tonight's very esteemed guest. She's a director, she's a writer, she's a producer, she's a novelist, she's a memoirist. She's also very much a proponent of women in horror. I am very honored, very privileged to have the great Staci Layne Wilson with us. And along with her is my, of course, lovely co-host. You know her, you love her. So welcome, Staci. Put your hands together for her and welcome her to Midnight Metal. Yeah!
Well, thanks for having me on.
Staci, the question that we all have to ask first, though, is are you feeling metal tonight?
Would I be here if I wasn't?
That's the right answer. That is the right answer.
Otherwise, I'd be asleep.
Well, listen, it's great to have you here. You know, I've known you in LA and basically in our extended family of horror aficionados, horror filmmakers, yes, horror writers, and we really do have a great community here in Los Angeles. You have since left the state. You went next door to the great state
defected.
of... You defected to Nevada, but You've obviously done a lot of stuff. That was a trailer for your movie on The Ventures, the surf music group that came out last year. You have a film that is coming out. You've got another movie you made, Fetish Factory, and novels that you've written, memoirs that you've written. And I think to start with, so people get a taste of who and what you are, how did you wind up doing the things you did? What was the path that you took?
Well, both my parents were in the entertainment industry. That's my dad from The Ventures, talking about starting that group in the 60s. And my mother was on one of their album covers. That's how they met. She was on Walk, Don't Run, Volume 2. And she was a pinup model, and she was the first female editor of Confidential magazine. And
really?
So she had quite an interesting life. Yes, in fact, she ran away to Las Vegas when she was, I think, 14 years old and met the Rat Pack. And she has a great story, too. In fact, she wrote her own memoir as well. So, yeah, I mean, how could I not fall into this crazy world with those parents?
Well, they obviously, they did right by you. So growing up in the shadow, was pursuing a career in entertainment, did you always want to be a writer? Did you always want to pursue the arts in some way, shape, or form?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I remember writing little books when I was a kid, and I'd staple them together and illustrate them myself. So, yeah, I was always into writing and drawing and just about anything that could creatively express myself. So, yeah, I've always been into it. My parents always encouraged me to.
But you've done a lot. I mean, when did you, in terms of your educational background, did you go to college? Did you study writing? Did you study filmmaking? It was all self-taught?
No, yeah. In fact, I didn't finish high school. I dropped out when I was 17 to go to work and to just get out into the world. So that was my education. But I was always very well read as a child. And, my mother being a writer, she always encouraged me to learn. And I do love to learn. So that's never been an issue for me. School just, wasn't the path that I took. And I just dived right into working and writing books, and I was into horses for a long time. So I was actually a horse trainer when I was in my 20s, and yeah.
Was that at the Equestrian Center in Burbank or Glendale?
Sure, yeah, I spent some time there. Yeah, absolutely. But when I was growing up, we could have horses in our backyard in the valley. So I would ride my pony down Ventura Boulevard and go to the, fast food place or whatever. So yeah, it was really interesting, colorful childhood that I would never trade for anything.
Well, a lot of people say they're going to do stuff like, I'm going to write a book, I'm going to make a movie, but you actually did it. And I'm curious, when was the first time that you actually put pen to paper, and were you able to finish your first attempt at a book? Did you start writing articles? I mean, how did you first get into actual putting pen to paper and getting your work out there?
Well, I had my first article published when I was 12. I wrote a story about me and my pony, and it got published. And of course, seeing your name in print is so encouraging. So I just really, ever since then, I have been published in one way or another. I wrote for a lot of horse magazines and Cat Fancy and Dog Fancy and, those magazines for a long time, and then segued into horror because I always loved horror. So I started writing for Cinefantastique and Fangoria and publications like that. So that was when print was certainly more prevalent. And then, again, segued into online. I started writing for horror.com, which was the premier horror website for many years. I believe that was in the early 2000s, and then became an entertainment reporter where I did a lot of red carpet reports and
I remember that.
Junkets and set visits and things. So I did that for a long time and took a break from the books, but now I'm back into writing books, which I really enjoy.
Now, I have to say, Cat Fancy was a big publication in the house growing up that I was in.
Oh, okay.
My mom is still a crazy cat lady. But how did you go from writing, for horse magazines and Cat Fancy, how did you finally, like, did somebody say, oh, sure, because you can write for our feline friends, yeah, come to Fangoria. Come to when you wrote for Cinefantastic, was that back when Fred Clark still had it, or was Mark Altman having it, or when did
it was back, a long time ago. I think I started writing for them in the late 90s. So, and my very first movie review that I ever wrote was Shadow of the Vampire.
Wow.
So, So I think, you just kind of show samples of your work to editors, or you were recommended by other editors of magazines. So I never really found it that difficult to get into it.
Now, I got to ask you, I mean, obviously you having a passion for horror films, what was your breakthrough horror movie? What was the movie that really did it for you, that brought you in? Do you remember?
Well, I remember my dad stayed awake till like 1 o'clock in the morning as a small child to watch The Pit and the Pendulum. So, I mean, like having... I used to host a horror talk show with Elric Kane, actually a couple of them, and we got to have Roger Corman on our show. So it was really great to be able to meet some of those heroes whose movies I grew up watching. And definitely Vincent Price movies and Roger Corman movies were big when I was a little kid. And I grew up in the 80s, so the golden era of the slashers. So I remember, being awake all night with my friends after watching Friday the 13th for the 100th time on, Z Channel or whatever it was we had back then.
Now, when did you decide that you were going to move from being a journalist to writing your own books? Because you have I want to show this series of books, researching you, that I love this. The Dark Duet, book 1 of the Immortal Confessions series. And then, of course, here is the second book is The Music at Midnight. By the way, I love these covers, too. And then the third book being Melody Mansion, which looks like it gets a little bit more mirthful. Melody Mansion's different, maybe a change of pace. How'd you start writing novels? I mean, I guess you just started writing them. That's how you do it. But I mean, was that going from writing articles and covering other people's work, suddenly now you're going to make that transition and create your own worlds, your own characters, your own universes? What was that like for you?
Well, actually, I had written a couple of novels in the late 90s, horror novels, and I was a member of the Horror Writers Association. So the editor of horror.com, the movie website, saw a couple of my novels and said, hey, would you like to write for us? So that's kind of how that happened. But I've always been a multitasker. I'm always writing books, writing articles, doing entertainment journalism, making movies. I don't, I just really can't stick to one thing, which, is, I guess, a double-edged sword in a way.
Well, we've got a lot, like in LA, there's a pretty vibrant women in horror group, like Pippi's involved, and is it the Ethereum? Etheria Film Festival.
Mm-hmm.
What was it like? Because there is a very active group of women horror fans, writers, filmmakers. Mm-hmm. What was that like to be a part of that group and have that kind of energy and people starting to break free, and we're getting new voices in horror all the time, and you were always a part of that, weren't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. And I definitely have seen the evolution of females being more accepted in directing and writing horror films and directing horror TV shows. Axel Carolyn is one who's really moved on to do a lot of great stuff. So yeah, I think it's great, and it's something that I think in our crowd, our horror crowd, people that we know, we never, saw them as being all that different, because we've always been doing our thing, but people are noticing it more now and giving female filmmakers more attention and opportunities. So I think it's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a thrill to watch, actually. When she made the Halloween Kid, I gave her $1,500 when she was raising money for that, and when she got Derek Jacobi to do the voiceover, I'm like, take my money.
And she was, I met her when she was an entertainment journalist as well, working for Le Crime Fantastique. We both wrote for the same magazine. So that's, I knew her before she started making films, and so it's really great to see her and others rising to the top.
How important do you think? I mean, obviously, we're in an era, the post-Me Too era. There's a lot of talk about inclusion, and it's been great. My personal interest in that is, I like hearing stories from people that haven't yet told their stories, and I think hearing all new voices is something that can benefit everyone everywhere. So to hear people to have more, like I remember the '90s when there was the Abyss horror line and people like Kathy Koja and Nancy Holder and Melanie Tem, and there was like a slew of female horror writers that, I mean, I've got a lot of them. I was buying all of those books and reading them, and Poppy Bright, and I was really interested. I love Poppy Bright's work. It was really
I was an avid reader as well.
Yeah, and it was great to see, and it was really great to see. I mean, obviously, for me in the modern age, I mean, I go back all the way to Mary Shelley and postmodern Prometheus, Frankenstein, all that. But like, I remember reading Anne Rice, and I read Vampire Lestat before I read Interview with a Vampire, and it just knocked me out.
Me too. That's funny. That's the order that I chose as well. Yeah.
I mean, it's funny. I don't think I really knew, even though I was really into horror, when Vampire Lestat came out, it was a hardcover. And because Interview came out in like '76 and Vampire Lestat came out in like '82, I think, or something like that. So I was too young. I didn't pick up Interview with a Vampire, and when I got Vampire Lestat, I mean, I was 10 pages in. I'm like, this book kicks ass, and it was again, the '80s were also a golden age, not just of slasher films, but of horror fiction. Scow's splatterpunk friends, John Skipp and Craig Spector, and Stephen King and Clive Barker and Ramsey Campbell and Peter Straub. I mean, it was a golden age of horror, both highbrow literary horror and certainly lowbrow literary horror as well.
Yeah, the splatterpunk and
yeah. I mean, it was good stuff. Now, were you reading as well? Were you reading horror novels in the '80s as well as watching?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was, like I said, my mom introduced me to reading and writing, but she was an avid reader. So when I was a small kid, I was reading books that I probably shouldn't have been reading, like Eric Young and, some of the Jackie Collins novels, and of course Stephen King, when I was very young. But yeah, I think it's really informed me, certainly, and influenced me. You mentioned the Vampire Lestat, which I love, the rock star angle, which is what my book series, Dark Duet and Music at Midnight and Melody Mansion, they follow two vampires that are in the rock music world in the early 1970s in LA. So, I just love that stuff. And that's what I love about being able to explore that in fiction, because you can really create characters that have great arcs throughout several books. And with vampires, they're not relegated to a certain time frame. So being immortal, they have long lives and can explore history, and it's been really a lot of fun.
And then there's other interests that are horror adjacent. Like, I've always thought of rockabilly as horror adjacent.
Yeah.
And then, of course, pinup girls and fetish modeling and all of that is also very much horror adjacent. And I think that people who are horror fans are also, they like rockabilly and they like fetish and they like pinup girls as well.
Right, yeah. Well, my first feature, Fetish Factory, a.k.a. Cabaret of the Dead, is, burlesque dancers versus bloodthirsty zombies. So, and our girls, they, modeled themselves after Betty Page and Jane Mansfield and Rosie the Riveter. So we had, a great time playing with both kind of genres.
Here, by the way, you can see now, here is a poster for Fetish Factory. I love this poster because it was painted by somebody we both know, very talented artist painted this poster. I really love this poster. I think it's very cool. Plus, it's so I love this because it's got both an 80s and a 70s vibe to it, and it's a great what a great poster that is. Now, how did this come about? How did you end up making Fetish Factory?
Well, actually, the poster is designed by Aaron Kai. So let's give him credit. I was working as a journalist and I was interviewing Michael Biehn. And his wife was there during the interview, and we just got to talking. And I think I may have made a short film. Yeah, in fact, I did. And she asked me, "Oh, would you send me your short film? I just kind of want to see what it is." And my first short film was an Edgar Allan Poe story starring Ogre from Skinny Puppy, and so she watched it, but she never got back to me. And I just said, "Oh, well, either she didn't like it or she never got around to watching it." And several months later, she contacted me and said, "I'm looking to give female filmmakers their first break into the feature world, and we have a production company." And so that's how that happened. And it was a really great experience. We shot this film in 5 days, which is kind of their model. You run and gun, but we had a huge cast. We had all the burlesque dancers and all the acts that we had, the dancing and the zombies and all different kinds of makeup. And so it was a really great, crazy experience, but I wouldn't trade it for the world.
And how was the movie received? How did your producers that gave you a shot, what did they think of it?
Oh, they liked it, and they hired me to write more movies and to direct other stuff. So yeah, it was a great experience. The film, of course, is very niche. It's kind of a grindhouse-ish, very low budget, fun movie that is only for a certain audience. But the people who did watch it and got it loved it. So that's encouraging.
Now you have you did obviously the documentary on the Ventures, your father and that group, and there's a lot of great people in it. I mean, Eric Roberts and Billy Bob Thornton, and then all the different musicians, having come, I too have spent a lot of time making documentaries. How long did it take you to make that documentary?
About 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all self-financed. So, we had maybe a few thousand kicked in by fans, but it's really something that I do like, the fact that I was able to have total control of making it, so that was good. I did most of the interviews myself. I did all the interviews myself. I even shot some of them, and so doing something on a shoestring like that also, though, gives you a lot of creative control. And taking doing movies in 5 days and then taking 3 years to make one was quite a change. It feels like forever, although I have heard of some other documentarians taking 10 years to make a movie, which I can't imagine. But
no, it's rough.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. I wouldn't want to do it again, honestly. I'm glad that I did. I don't regret making it, but it's not. I prefer the more scripted world.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you were... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Art.
Well, Staci, I did just want to ask, first of all, congratulations on the documentary. I did see the documentary and I loved it.
Okay.
And for people who are watching, you absolutely have to check out the documentary on the Ventures. And my question to you is, the Ventures are the most popular instrumental rock group of all time, and their catalog is so extensive. Why do you think a documentary hasn't already been made about them, and what made you decide to go for it to make the documentary?
That was the main reason. It's surprising to know that the Ventures have been around since 1959. And like you said, they're, a very lauded group. They're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They have bazillion gold records, platinum records, many accolades, a storied career. And yet, this is the very first feature-length documentary ever about the Ventures. So, my dad and my brother and my sister, we were all just kind of thinking, wow, no one's going to make one. A few people approached the band and said they wanted to make one. But like you said, Robert, a lot of people say they want to do something, but they never seem to come through. So since no one did, and since I did know how to make films, I just decided to take the reins and do it. And we did.
That's great. Was your dad at all reluctant?
No, no, he wasn't. No, he wants his story to be told, of course. And, sadly, he's the last Venture standing. So, it's really a great thing to have him be able to see this. But, I wish it had been done years before, of course, by, maybe a bigger production company. But I think, we definitely gathered a great roster of interviewees, and we told the story in a fun, entertaining way. And actually, a lot of people who've seen it said they learned a lot about it, just music in general, because it is about the Ventures, but there's also the sub-story of the rise of the electric guitar as they were coming up. So we do cover that, and a lot of their innovations, the fuzz tone and the different sounds that they innovated that people may not realize was the Ventures, the originators. Yeah.
So the other thing too is that although the Ventures are known for creating, the surfed sound, and they have, believe it or not, for people who are watching, they have over 200 albums, which is an incredible catalog for any band. And they may have the most albums of any band of all time anyway, but they are also extremely versatile in their music, and they've played so many genres. Can you talk a little bit about that so that we can understand the different types of music that they also decided to venture into?
Yeah, well, that was one thing that they popularized, a lot of songs that were written by other artists. So, throughout the 60s, they did popularize surf music. They were among the first to use the fuzz tone. I know a lot of people equate that with Keith Richards' Satisfaction, but the Ventures' 2,000 Pound Bee came out a year before that. A lot of the groups that we love today attribute their sounds to the Ventures, even though, say Led Zeppelin sounds really nothing like the Ventures. Jimmy Page is, he attributes some of his sound to them. Randy Bachman from BTO, and he's a Canadian guitarist, and he's very hard rock, but he also appreciates and loves the Ventures. So you're right, there's a lot. In fact, another one is Scott Ian from Anthrax. He wrote in his liner notes, thank you to the Ventures for one of their albums back in the 90s. So their influence is extremely far reaching.
Well, that's very cool.
Yes, and I have another question. So artists get inspired by other artists, and this is a Ventures question. Can you comment on how the Ventures remastered the reworking of a song?
Oh, that's pretty technical. I don't know. I can't say. But they were very meticulous in the studio, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. And so what I'm referring to, just for the audience who's listening, is, and you have to watch this documentary. It was just so wonderful. I watched it with my mother, and she and I were humming along with this entire documentary, and we couldn't stop. And when it ended, she says, "Oh, is it over?" And I said, "Yeah, it's over. I'm sorry." And she wanted to watch it again, so I let her watch it again. What I love about the Ventures is how they were able to take songs that they've heard either from other artists, or from other inspirations, and make it their own. And they create it in a different style so that the song sounds like a completely different song often. And they do such a wonderful job with it. They are so incredibly talented, and you get inspired from what they've done. So that's what I was asking about.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So you mean when they're venturizing songs? Yes. Yeah, that's what they called it. Right. Well, Walk Don't Run, which was their first hit, was a rather complicated jazz tune. And the Ventures wrote the first version of Walk Don't Run as a very guitar driven, simple, straight ahead tune. And then the second version, Walk Don't Run Volume 2, was a surf song. And it's the same song, but it sounds similar but different. So yeah, they really had a good ear for taking songs that they knew would be adaptable to the guitar. And they did that quite a bit.
And their music is obviously a huge part of our culture. I don't think there's a minute or a day that goes by that I don't hear one rendition of some of their songs, either on TV or in the movies, commercials even. But they're also quite popular in Japan. Can you tell me how they became part of Japanese culture?
I think, they were one of the first American groups that were allowed to play there with their electric guitars, which were considered evil back then.
Really?
Yeah, and they actually paved the way for the Animals and the Beatles and groups like that to go to Japan. So they were quite popular there. They even outsold the Beatles 2-1 in Japan throughout the 60s. And I think, just the Japanese love American culture, and the Ventures were, good-looking, clean-cut guys and wore suits, and they had their guitars. And I think that they just really connected with the audience because they were instrumental. So there were no lyrics to get in the way or to be misunderstood.
Yeah, I mean, the documentary is great. I think Quentin Tarantino brought surf music back to the popular consciousness. I think with Pulp Fiction, right? Was it Pulp Fiction?
Right. They have a song at the very end on the end credits, Surf Rider.
Yeah. And that was always great to hear. I mean, Quentin Tarantino's done more for resurrecting music that we've all forgotten about, but somehow it brings it back into the consciousness. And I thought that was great. And what a great testament to your father, too. I think that's a really cool thing that you got to do. But you now have another film. I've got the poster for that. The film is The Second Age of Aquarius. I mean, this is pretty cool. And I'm like, I looked at this poster. I'm like, wow, this is a very cool poster. But what is the moon still in the second house and Jupiter is still aligned with Mars? Will peace guide the planet and love whatever it is in the stars? What is this about?
It's a rock and roll sci-fi comedy with a little dash of romance, so that it's not a horror film. But I co-wrote it with Darren Gordon Smith, who you may know from Repo, the Genetic Opera, which is a great, rock and roll sci-fi horror film. So Darren wrote all of our original songs that sound just like they're from the 60s, and the lyrics are hilarious. I kind of think of it as like a hippie Spinal Tap. And the basic story that we liken it to is, like Weird Science meets Oliver Stone's The Doors, because it's about a young computer programmer who resurrects her favorite dead rock star who passed away at the age of 27, of course, in 1970. So, and so he comes back as an avatar from her computer in the prime of his life or death. So and comedy ensues. So it's a lot of fun.
Now, where are you in the process with this?
It's just finished post-production, so we're showing it to distributors and just looking to get it out there, and including the soundtrack, which we have the original songs, and a book that goes with it.
That's amazing. Now, speaking of books, you have a new book that just came out, and I believe it is this book that I'm showing, Gory Days, a rock and roll nightmares, the 80s edition that you wrote. Also, it's got Mr. Smith in it. It's got a couple of other authors, and this dropped the last week of June. And why, if you could tell us, what is Gory Days?
Well, it's rock and roll horror stories that are very irreverent. Some of them are pretty darkly comic, and some of the story titles are like Dead Over Heels and Should I Slay or Should I Go?
Wow. Okay.
Yes, little pun titles, but they're a lot of fun. And I gathered some of my favorite writers to help me out as my backup band. So this is the first volume. I'm planning a whole entire series. 60s edition, Along Comes Scary, and the 70s edition, Do You Fear Like We Do? So those three are ready, poised to come out this summer. And then I'll be working on a movie edition and a nonfiction edition.
Now, how long? This is amazing. What a great idea. I remember, was it Jeff Gelb who came out with Shock Rock back in the early 90s? He was doing the Hot Blood series, and I love
that stuff. Yeah,
I loved it. And then of course one of my favorite splatterpunk novels is Skip Inspector's The Scream.
Oh,
which is it's still one of the greatest hardcore heavy metal horror books ever. I mean,
and Scow's Kill Riff, which I love.
Scow's Kill Riff, which I have.
I like to write the things that I would love to read myself. So that's why I do this.
I've always thought that there's never enough rock and roll horror, and you think that there would be more. I mean, now what inspired you? Obviously, this kind of material inspired you, but how did you? Again, I'm curious. How'd you just think it up? Did you just, and you got your friends together? What was the process of getting Gory Days written?
Well, actually, I came up with the titles first, which is part of my process. Usually when I'm writing a short story or a book or a film, I'll come up with a title and build something around it. I was going to write all 3 volumes myself, but that was a little daunting. So I thought I'd have some friends help me out. And so I, hit up some of my favorite writers and people that I knew would be into it. And they get rock music because we're all geeks when it comes to that. So yeah, it just came together and gave them a deadline, paid them a few bucks, and here we are.
Now, is this an anthology? Are these all separate stories?
Yeah.
Or are they connected?
They're separate stories, yeah. So it's about 10 or 11 standalone short stories within each volume. But, obviously the 80s volume, all those stories take place in the 80s. And the titles are a lot of fun. Like I named a few of them. I forgot Sharp-Dressed Manslaughter is another one. Yeah, so they're great. And that's, I think I gave the writers, the titles to use. And I solicited some titles. In fact, Sharp-Dressed Manslaughter came from the sound guy on the Second Age of Aquarius. He came up with that. So, yeah, so it's just fun. It's just a feel-good, fun project that I'm proud of, but also just think is a laugh. And we'll also have audiobooks, which will be great too.
Oh, that's great. Now, are you going to have actor friends read the stories?
Yeah, well, I've actually had a few audiobooks done in the past, so I'm using my favorite readers, narrators for those that I've worked with before. And actually, the narrators of the 70s edition wrote 2 stories for that one. So it's like, happy family.
That's great. I mean, you're obviously keeping very busy. How do you find it difficult going from filmmaking to being an author?
No, because I've just always been a multitasker. I've always just juggled so many different little gigs and professions and big jobs, so I'm used to it.
Now, you also have this book that I want to read after reading about it, which is So L.A., a Hollywood memoir. And I was curious about this. I didn't know anything about this book. What is this book? And
yeah, well, this is the story of my life. So it's my memoir, and it's about growing up Gen X in LA with my parents, and so it goes into also Hollywood history, because I love architecture and I love true crime and I love the history of Hollywood. So interwoven with my own personal story is the story of Los Angeles as I knew it and things that happened when I was growing up.
Now, look, I didn't get to LA until 1988. I came here a week after I turned 20, 2 weeks after I turned 21. And it was everything I hoped it would be. and the late 80s, early 90s, the first 10 years I lived in LA was amazing. I mean, I had a terrific time. But when you were growing up as a kid, did you love LA? Was LA great? Like, to me, I thought like LA was going to be like Repo Man. Everybody was going to be a punk rocker, and I'd be on the streets of LA finding people like Emilio Estevez's, and I have punk friends, and it wasn't quite.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
That's the thing I love about LA, though, is you can be just about anything you want to be.
Well, I did find out that you could have friends all over the place. Like, I had friends in all different. So I eventually was like, oh, I can go into this world, but like, did you have I know it's probably in the book, but was it a happy childhood? Was it fun to grow up in LA?
Yeah, parts of it were fun. I mean, I had a difficult childhood my mother was an alcoholic, and my parents split up when I was very young, and my mom had breast cancer, when she was very young. So when I was, a little kid, my mom was in and out of the hospital and drinking a lot. So, it wasn't perfectly idyllic, but I always appreciated just the opportunities, even as a kid, living in LA. Like I said, I could ride my pony down Ventura Boulevard, and, really, who gets to do that?
Yeah, no, you couldn't do that now.
Yeah, and just
I'm sorry, Staci. I loved your book, So LA. And I'm the one who was listening to it via audiobook so that my mother could listen to it at the same time, because she can't read books anymore. But as soon as I start to tell her about something like this, she says, I've got to hear about this. So, we were both listening to it. And I did want to ask you, you had this great, there's a part in it that I really liked where you said, in regards to artists and creation, you said, we're missing fearlessness. Artists used to get famous for their creations. And now artists have to get famous first. Can you explain to us why there seems to be this topsy-turvy version of promotion that seems to have disrupted the art of creation?
Well, if I had the answer to that, I'd probably have a whole other book. But yeah, it's interesting, though, just to witness the changes in the world and how we view fame and how people do get famous, as opposed to how they used to through, a lot of talent and hard work and blood, sweat, and tears, I suppose. And now it's, how low cut your blouse is on Instagram before people will pay attention to your creations kind of thing. But I guess that's how it is now. But I don't mind. I always appreciate people who are entrepreneurial, no matter what it is they're doing.
Well, you poured your heart and soul into this book, and it shows. But we don't only get, your autobiography. We also get a lot of information about your parents as well. So I did want to ask you, what made you decide to write this book, and how long did it take you to write it?
Can't remember how long it took me to write it. I think I just decided to write it because I was also helping my mother with her autobiography at the time. And I was about to turn 50. I thought, well, I guess I'm old enough to write a book. But actually, part of it too is that I love memoirs. I'll read all kinds of memoirs. I love rock star memoirs. I love actor memoirs, artists, but even people that are, like Cheryl Strayed's Wild. I don't know if you've read that, but I mean, just books about regular people's interesting experiences and the things that have shaped them to make them who they are. So I just wanted to try my hand at it, and I felt like I had a lot of interesting stories to tell. And obviously putting it all together was difficult because there are so many different ways that you can write a memoir. And, do you want to do chronological? Do you want to focus on a certain aspect of your life? So that was a little difficult to wrangle, but it was fun.
Well, I think it's wonderful, and I would love to see it made into a series, like a TV series or a movie or something like that as well. It's absolutely fantastic.
Thank you. I was thinking it could be an interesting series like Californication, but from the daughter's point of view, because when I was a kid, I was kind of lived that life with my mom as a writer, kind of the Bukowski, the female Bukowski.
Barfly, but with kids.
Exactly.
Well, then there's another book of short stories that you also teamed up with Darren Gordon Smith, which is Sex, Death, and Rock and Roll, which are more stories. Now, is this a horror thing, or is this more realistic, set in the real world kind of stuff?
Yeah, it's more set in the real world, except for the second age of Aquarius. That's the first story in the book. It was called Phantom, though, in the book. And that story we co-wrote, because when we co-write things, usually like he'll write a few pages and then he'll send it to me and I'll write a few pages and then he'll write a few. So we don't really weave the story together, but we write each our own piece and kind of complement each other. So that's how we did that one. And that's, we just thought it would make a great fun film. So that's why a few years later we decided to make the movie. But the book is not horror, but it's kind of the dark side of rock and roll stories and dark comedy. I mean, we both have a pretty sarcastic, acerbic, cynical sense of humor. So that always kind of shows in our work.
Well,
I've read that first story, the one that you're talking about from Sex, Death, and I loved it. I thought it was imaginative and creative, and it felt very modern. And just there was so much creativity in it and so much fun in it. You have such a great style in your writing. It was just absolutely enjoyable, and I can't wait to see your movie adaptation of it.
Oh, well, I'll have to send you a private link. Don't don't tell anybody, but I'll share it with you.
No one will know.
We have fun. I think that's, the main thing. No matter what you're doing, at least enjoy what you're doing and write or make films that you would want to see.
Well, now I was going to ask you, I'm sure as a lot of people are watching, they're wondering, what advice can you give to nowadays what I find so interesting is when I first was starting out, making films was very cost prohibitive. Buying film, renting equipment, and now, Soderbergh's shooting movies with his iPhones, literally. It's not a gimmick. He's actually making features. He made Unsane with, I think, an iPhone 7s.
He did.
And that, now that the only thing that stops people from making movies is people just aren't making. If you want to make a film, there's no reason why you shouldn't be making one. But what advice might you give to aspiring filmmakers or aspiring artists or writers?
My advice is always to just do it. A lot of people want to wait for that perfect moment, or they need to wait for financing, or they want to wait for this or that. I don't believe in waiting. I always just act upon whatever things I want to do and try to make them as best I can and put them out there.
No better advice have I heard. I totally agree with you. I've kind of been the same way, and everyone's always saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I'm like, okay, great. I can't wait. Show it to me.
You will be waiting, in some cases.
Yeah, and I just think that in this day and age, you can do anything. Now, was it hard, the publishing of your books? Did you self-publish them? Did you have to go get an agent? What was your process in that way?
No, I've never had an agent, but I have gone through publishers, and I've also self-published. Personally, I prefer self-publishing just because I like to orchestrate everything myself. I design all my own book covers and design the interiors, and I hire the audio narrators. So I just like to produce everything, I suppose.
Sure.
So for me, that's better. And also you cut out the middleman. The publishers always have a lot of chargebacks and stuff. And you find that you do all your own marketing regardless. No publisher or, even a film studio or a distributor, they're not going to do your marketing for you. And that's really the hardest part. So you might as well put it out yourself.
Yeah, nowadays with the internet, you've got a global audience of people that are now, all of your books are available on Amazon. And you can get them in Kindle form. You can get them in physical media form if people want that. So they're all available, and they're not expensive. They're not going to break the bank. and what about Fetish Factory? Where can people get that? Can you get it on physical media? Is it streaming?
It's not physical media. I believe Indie Rights put that out. I didn't produce that film. I was hired to write and direct it, so I didn't have. But fortunately, Jennifer and Michael Bean gave me a lot of creative control, though, which I appreciate. But I think Indie Rights still has it out there. It was on Amazon Prime, but it's not there now. I believe it's on Vudu, though.
Oh, it is? Okay, great.
And it's on YouTube, actually. Yeah, it's on YouTube. I remember now. Yeah, you can rent it there.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay. So what about the Second Age of Aquarius? When can we expect to see that?
Hopefully soon. We're just starting to show it to distributors. So, just like very recently, last week. So we haven't gotten any, yays or nays yet. But I feel like it's a pretty commercial film. I don't think we'll have any trouble getting it out there.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So hopefully, by very early 2022.
Now, I know you probably don't, maybe you are thinking this far away, but what's your next film going to be? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, well, I've been asked to direct the story of the real Eddie and the Cruisers. Eddie Testa out of New Jersey had a band that I guess they modeled Eddie and the Cruisers film after. So that's something they're looking for financing on that. And that is not something I'd be producing, but a work for hire.
Wow, I'm a huge fan of that movie.
Yeah, so that would be a lot of fun to do. So that's really the only one that I can talk about right now, but I'm really concentrating on my books right now.
Oh, that's great. So Gory Days is your latest, And it's available now. You can get it anywhere. You can get it at Amazon.
Yeah, iTunes, Barnes and Noble, everywhere.
Well, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I know I told you I wasn't going to keep you here for 4 hours like Dave Scow.
I can't talk about myself for 4 hours, but as I say, always leave them wanting more.
Yes. Well, listen, I mean, is there any last things you want to say to the audience out there? Any bits of advice, anything, any wisdom that you can impart to them that they might not know, that throughout the course of your artistic endeavors you might have learned? Like I always say to people, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. That's a
I
favorite.
Like that.
Yeah,
can I borrow that?
Please, it's yours, and I'm sure I got it from somebody too. And I also stole something from Jerry Maguire, which is it ain't show friends, it's show business.
I love it.
Yeah, and I'm not. You don't have to have those catchphrases, but are there any lessons? I mean, I love your do-it-yourself attitude. Like, why not? In this, I'm very much of that same school of thought, doing everything. Like, because when you farm it out, it invariably gets done wrong, and then you have to come in and fix it anyway. And so why not just do it yourself in the first place? And you avail yourself of your talented friends and the collaborators that you've had in the past where it works
absolutely.
well.
Yeah, I mean, and also, another piece of advice is to never burn bridges. I mean, what was this thing I heard? I'm trying to remember. Say, be careful of the toes you step on because they might be connected to the ass you have to kiss next.
I like that. That's a good one.
Be nice. That's my advice.
Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, this has been fantastic. I want to thank you for coming on the show.
Yes. Oh, I thank you both.
Thanks for staying up and giving of your time. It's really exciting to see everything that you've got going on, and I love to see that you continue your multitasking as we move past this weird pandemic year and into the. I mean, I can't believe we're on the backside of 2021 already.
I know.
I mean, we're past the halfway point. I can't believe it. I mean, it's nuts, and that you're still out there creating and being vibrant about it, and still bringing the world your art and your point of view, which is very, very exciting.
Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you. And so everybody, let me show that cover again. The latest book of Staci's, it's out now, is, of course, Gory Days. And that is an anthology, the first part of her Rock and Roll Nightmares series, this one being the 80s edition. So very exciting, Staci. And I want to thank you for getting metal with us here on Midnight Metal.
Always.
And I will let you go, but and Reed and I are going to soldier on. Oops, I keep doing, and say hi to Aaron for me. It's always I always like hearing from him, and I don't see him anymore because. But whenever I saw him, I always had a good time talking to him. So please give him my best.
I sure will.
All right, Staci, thanks for coming on.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, Staci, that was incredible. Thank you so much. And was that not fun?
Oh my goodness, Robert, I just love her so much. Her work is amazing. She's always coming up with new and interesting things. It's sex, it's rock and roll, it's horror. That autobiography book, Robert, is incredible. And the way that it's a masterpiece. I was listening to it, as I said, with my mother on an audio book because she can't read.
I love that you and your mom were listening to it together.
Yes.
How great is that?
Well, Mummy loves this stuff. So, she's a fan too. Just because she's 84 does not mean that she doesn't want to be part of this. So, I include her in as much as I can. And Robert, Staci she does horror with style. And it's just that she has this creativity in her that proliferates into practically every area of entertainment. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she came out with an album next. This is she's just got so much, that she can give to everyone. And, she's 20 published books.
I know.
And then, as I said before, I'd read that first part of the book I think it's Sex and Rock and Roll. Can't remember the exact title, but that story that they're making into a movie is amazing. I mean, it's I guess for all practical purposes, it has a little bit of feels like it has a little bit of science fiction into it. She just is able to take stories and make them interesting, and it seems like she can do multiple genres. That's really hard to do.
Right. No, it is. I mean, and certainly a Renaissance woman, you know, and when I knew her, I knew her when I first met her as a horror journalist, and then to see how, I didn't realize just how prolific she was. But, you know, it is LA. What's really interesting is there is this sort of, and I call it the horror community because a lot of us are involved somehow, or we've made horror films, or people can be outside of that. But it is, of all the people, like there isn't a, I mean, there's a genre film community, but there's actual horror filmmakers that are making horror movies that love the horror genre. There isn't a lot of science fiction filmmakers in LA. Like, I don't know a lot. I know the horror filmmakers are more my peeps. And the extent of that, extending past the filmmakers, there are the journalists, there are the pundits, there are the other producers, and it's a pretty cool community of people. And you know, for me, it's the one standing thing that I have going on is, well, since our place closed because of the pandemic, every Thursday night we all get together. We all got together at this bar, and we would all just shoot the shit. Now we're doing it virtually on Thursday nights, but it's a great community of people, and a lot of the people in the community are very motivated, and they're constantly creating, and not just movies, but like Staci does, they're writing, and they're journalists, they're novelists, they're doing short stories or TV or movies, and she's right. I mean, we really are all kind of that way, prolific, doing different things. Like, you just don't stop. You don't just like, well, I'm only a filmmaker. Like, I'm not going to go work on your animated series for you. But of course you are. You know, of course you are. You're gonna do all of these things, and it's never ending. You know, people are always asking me about sleeping. When do you sleep? And I'm like, I hate sleeping because I want to be doing so. I mean, I love sleeping, but I don't like that I have to sleep because there's always work to be done. Like, I want to go do this, or I want to read this book, or I want to build this model, I want to make this movie, I want to cut a trailer, I want to do a series proposal. I mean, there's always something to be doing. And I love seeing someone like Staci, who is so diverse in her talents, and she's cranking out work, and she has a body of work you can look at, and you know, that's kind of what I've always wanted too. I can't take my hot toys with me, I can't take my action figures or model kits, but I can leave behind a body of work, and I think it's great to hear that you loved her memoir so much.
Oh, it was so good. You should read it. I mean,
I haven't read that book, so.
It really has so many interesting things about her parents, and how I think she might have mentioned that she moved to Las Vegas. And in the book, she talks about her mother kind of going to Las Vegas at first.
Right.
And kind of like this was at a different era. I guess maybe it was the early 60s, around that time. And just imagine being in Vegas in the early 60s, like how different that was. You know, the opportunities that were there, you know, the hopes and dreams of people who, you know, came far, you know, in a way to a place where they think that they could, you know, make it big. And her mother was just this incredible woman as well. And I think that she really captured that in the book. She's very modest for someone who's so accomplished.
Yeah, you know, but I found that for the most part to pretty much be kind of par for the course, because people are more, I think people who are concentrating on making the work, you know, that's they like, I've always thought personally for myself, I know my work is going to be, it'll be good. Sometimes it'll be great, but it's, you know, it's good or great. But, you know, so I'm comfortable with the fact that I think I put out good work, because if I didn't feel that way, I couldn't be doing it. You know, and I think that there's, what I'm more interested in doing is actually doing the work. And I think people that are really prolific at what they do, they're not thinking about accolades, and they're not thinking about their own egos, or they're thinking about the work that they're doing, and they want to get that work out, and the work is what defines them. And I've found that, you know, egomaniacs, they want to define themselves differently. Like, you know, I've always said even on the show, I say, look, the work that you do is the locomotive that pulls you, the caboose, down the track. And my whole thing is, hey, once the work's done, you can be as egomaniacal as you want. because the work is there. There's the locomotive is going down that track. You can see it. You can experience it. History will judge it. Your peers will judge it. So the work, as long as the work is there, you can be, if you want to be an egomaniac, go right ahead. But the work leads the way. You know, you're waving at the whistle stops like, hey, at the caboose, because the work is already good. And I think a lot of people, you know, they're not gratified by the work. They want the accolades. I mean, I've worked with a lot of people, and they don't last. They don't last. If you don't like the process, if you don't like the work, if you don't like making it, if you don't like the journey, that's actually all you get out of it as a creator, because you don't know when people are buying your books. You don't get a little indicator. It's not like in The Ring, where if someone watches your videotape and you're in hell or wherever you live, you're like, oh, someone watches my videotape, I got to call them up. 7 days. It's not like that. Like you never know when somebody's watching your work. So unless you enjoy the experience of actually creating, if you're not into your own creating, then you're never going to be happy. And that's what happens. People work on a movie, they produce a movie, it comes out, and they think, I'm going to feel differently now. No, you don't. You know, because people, like, especially if you go back home, if I go back home to Seattle and I say, yeah, I've got a movie coming out, they're like, oh, cool. Now are we going to go snowboarding, or what are we going to do? Nobody cares. You know, and that's why you have to, I've always said to people, if you don't enjoy the work that you're doing, the creative work that you're doing, don't do it for the riches or the fame, because you're never going to get as many riches as you want, and you're never going to be as famous as you want, and you're going to be unsatisfied even though you might have won an Academy Award. So enjoy the work. And Staci seems to be somebody who does just that.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, when I was asking her about that quote that she made in the book, So LA, about, you know, creators and how different it is that fame is coming before, I guess, talent, essentially, before a person is showing their talent. And that might explain, you know, what she said in that fragment of the book, could explain why we're seeing, you know, productions that are not what we expected them to be, not what we hoped for. Because, you know, if you take someone and they haven't sort of proven themselves and their talent and creativity have not already been out there, then there's nothing to pull from when they do get a position that they just happen to be put into. So I thought that was very profound of her, because I think she wrote that in 2013. It wasn't, I don't even know, 2017 is when she wrote that. So, you know, I think that was very telling of the type of thing that we've been observing, you know, in productions now.
By the way, kudos to you for doing all the research and watching the material and reading the books. I mean, this is why you've just once again proven to me why I was not wrong in making you the co-host of Midnight Metal, because putting the time in and doing that work. See, kids, this is what's great. You know, suddenly you're going to get to see, Staci's going to send you a link, and you're going to get to see your movie before anyone else.
I'm excited for this, Robert. I am so excited. I can't wait. That story is just amazing. And I'm just, you know, I'm going to tell Mom. She's going to, oh, can I? Yes, you can watch it with me, Mom, you know.
Shh, don't tell anyone, Mom.
That's right.
Don't go share this on the web, man. Don't do it. Well, are you ever going to bring your mom on this show?
I'd like to. You know, she tends to just blurt things out a lot, and
that would be the best. That's fucking metal. Come on, Mrs. How are you? Thanks for coming on the show.
She would say, "Oh, that's not my name. My name is such and such, and this is my daughter, such and such." Like,
I love it. I did. I've already blurted your name out twice on this show now, so I apologize. Well, but I like. It's good. By the way, Cardinal Sin says, I hope Dave will be on tomorrow. I must talk with him. Well, Cardinal Sin, Dave is going to be on tomorrow, and tomorrow we have a good guest as well. We have coming up Mr. Darren Scott, the producer of Menace to Society, co-director of the Tales from the Hood movies. He directed Deep Blue Sea 2. He's directed a lot of films and television. I worked with him on our show, of course, that we worked on together, which was Femme Fatales. Yes, we were directed, between the two of us, we directed an entire season of Femme Fatales. Darren Scott's one of the greatest people I know. His wife is also an incredibly talented artist. But he'll be on tomorrow to talk about his career, which spans over, I think, 30 years now. And I've known him for quite some time, and he's just one of the nicest guys I know. So we're going to have him on, and His most recent work is Tales from the Hood 3. That was produced by Spike Lee. So he'll be on tomorrow night with Dave Parker and myself. I love this now I've got now I feel an obligation that I get guests, worthy of you now too. So I got to step up my guest game, which I didn't think this show started out as a lark because I was just saying that Zack Snyder's Justice League was fucking metal, man. Fuck yeah. And then suddenly we're doing this show. I still didn't even know, I guess on the Facebook page, people are like, well, what does it mean to be metal? I don't know. I mean, that's the question to ask, I suppose. What does it mean to be an imagination connoisseur? And can you be a metal imagination connoisseur? I think you can.
Well, Robert, honestly, it doesn't get any more metal than the Ventures. Their music has been such a huge part of our culture for so long. And I think that anybody could recognize it. It's instrumental music. It's played probably constantly, either in television, in radio. And I've watched countless documentaries, Robert, that have absolutely nothing to do with surfing. They have nothing to do with any of those topics, but their music is used in so many productions.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine the documentary world without some of their music in it. I mean, have you found that to be the case as well?
Oh, no, I totally agree. And it's amazing how much music that sound is so distinct. Mm-hmm. And there's this, what is it, the Suffragettes? There's a band in that documentary,
yes.
Like these hot young teenage girls, or maybe they're in college now or something, but and they're playing surf music, and it's so cool to see that the Ventures continue to inspire the next generation.
Well, absolutely. And as you said, Quentin Tarantino had it at the end of Pulp Fiction, and it had a lasting impression on him too. And I think that it has a certain level of hipness to it. Like it feels very in the now. Like if you are cool, you're going to have one or two Ventures songs playing in the background while you're doing whatever it is, whether it's a horror film or a documentary or whatever.
Yeah.
And, so their influence on our culture is lasting, and it's continuing that way. And I got a chance to ask Staci just for a brief moment about how popular the Ventures are in Japan. Apparently they went there and they're as popular, as she said, as the Beatles there. And they just kind of became and are part of Japanese culture now. They have groups in Japan. And I'm sure you saw from the documentary where they are doing the same things like the group that you just mentioned. It's the same in Japan, where they have the Ventures of Hiroshima and the Ventures of Tokyo, and and it goes on and on and on. And I think there was some special chord, it says in the documentary. I'm not quite sure I know the whole thing, but there's some special chord, the tiki, that they play that reminds them of their culture. And it's just amazing, Robert, just to think about what an influence they've had, on Japan and why that influence is so strong.
It's funny to me too, because I really associate surf music with California. I'm sure some people think that the Ventures music is Hawaiian. That's surf music, like I'm the Halle Bra from the North Shore or whatever. So of Oahu, but I've always, to me, surf music is California music, and I that's one of the things I liked about that documentary is it was just fun to hear all about it and how influential, because it is a very distinct sound. Mm-hmm. You listen to rock and roll, like you listen to like Greta Van Fleet, they sound like Led Zeppelin. But nobody's making music now. I mean, some of these bands like the Suffragettes or whatever, they're doing surf music, but it's they're paying it's an homage. It's whereas I there's nobody who does surf music now. There's no modern surf music, not really.
Yes.
And I like that. I mean, I think it captures a moment in time. I mean, hey, we're gonna get to see skateboarding at the Olympics in Tokyo.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if anyone's gonna do their routine to a Ventures song. I was thinking that. I'm like, I wonder if anyone's gonna bust out the Ventures as they do their skateboarding. Probably not, but I was thinking maybe somebody could. That would be pretty cool if they did.
Oh, that would be very, very clever. And I one other thing, that there's a number of other things too that are very important about the Ventures is just their innovation. And in the 80s, like we had all the advantages of the innovation that they made because, in hard rock, they emphasized it and exaggerated, a lot of these techniques. But when the Ventures were doing it, they were kind of like the first ones really doing this. And,
right.
That experimentation in sound was very important to them. And, they were incredibly talented musicians who felt that, they could take a song, make it their own, and also enhance the song.
Right.
So that, there are songs that are so memorable that they're ingrained in you. And it's also shows that you can be an incredibly successful group and you don't have to sing, and it's music that can appeal to everyone. So I think that's why, it's so important as far as I'm concerned by it.
No, I totally agree with you. By the way, Cardinal Sin sends in a super chat and says, if only R&B would watch the DVD I sent him. I actually have the DVD right here. I have not opened it. It's been sitting. It's literally been sitting right here since I got it. What, a month ago?
Ready to go, Robert, right?
2 months ago? When did you send it to me, Gil? I have it right here, just so you know. Whenever somebody says stuff to me, it's somewhere within, I can grab it. So I will watch that. And yes, Dave Parker's going to be on tomorrow. So should we throw it open and see what if anybody's going to join us?
Absolutely.
Would anybody like to join and myself tonight on Midnight Metal? We've only got one space because there's two of us. There's a lot of technical difficulties. I was pissed off because I redesigned the graphics and it looked all nice. And oh, well, what are you going to do? It's shenanigans, technology.
Well, I think the graphic you had, did you put it on Facebook, that main picture of Staci with her for just some of her work, but the incredible... I thought that was a great graphic.
Yeah, Dave Parker makes those.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Dave Parker, just like he did, this is our 4th of July graphic. As a matter of fact, he sent this to me during our show tonight. So Darren's going to be coming on live July 4th at 1 a.m. So Dave and I can shoot the shit for an hour. But so, yeah, there we go. And we've got somebody's going to join us. We have Michael Elliott is joining us.
Michael
Elliott
right?
is going to join us, but I can't see Michael Elliott. Hopefully he will pop on soon. I can hear me. Michael, are you there? Uh-oh. I'm listening to me on Michael Elliott's channel. Michael, are you there? I can't see you. I can't see you. I can't see you, and I can hear me. Uh-oh. Well, hang on. I'm going to mute you so we can't hear, but hang on there, Michael. Still trying. We can't see you. I'll tell you when we can see you. But hopefully Michael can come on, you know. But that wouldn't, like I told you, I got thrown off the John Campea show today. We were broadcasting, and then he told me later that all of the internet was shut down in his neighborhood. He didn't know that was happening. This week, the other night, I was going to do a Midnight Metal, or the Midnighter on Wednesday, and they had a scheduled power outage from 10:30 at night to 4:30 in the morning. And I'm like, well, how does that? And it was just on our block. Like, Elizabeth and I walked the dogs, and our block was pitch black. And I'm sure it had something to do with the freeway, because we live right next to the freeway. They were doing some kind of work. But it's kind of eerie. Like, you realize, like, we just assume that light and power and all these things are going to be there, but why should they be? Why do we feel that way? I mean, it just makes you realize, like, oh, well, what happens in a post-apocalyptic situation when the power goes out? There's no more power. At night you can't just like, oh, there's street lights. Nope, time to make some candles. You never know when civilization is going to fall apart. Michael, are you still there? I don't see Michael. Our friend who's been on before, Wakazashi's Tea House. Wakazashi's here, says, good evening. I have to upgrade my whole system, but I will be back. Gotta kill that Japanese lag. This show and chat is fucking metal. Well, it's okay. We'll have you back. But again, we have room for people. If you want to come in, we got somebody. If you want to join this chat, and or you want to send us something, you can. a question or whatever. So Russ Whitfield is here. Let's see if Russ.
Oh, Russ! Hi.
Let's see if Russ is on. Oh, I can see Russ.
Hey.
I can see him. Russ, can you hear us? Oh, you sound great. Oh, I like this. Okay, Russ, we're putting you in. We're putting you in, Coach. Are you going to talk about? Are you going to talk about the footy, the football that's been happening? Yeah. Okay. I just hang on, but don't say it yet. Let me get you into the show first, and because we got to talk about it. I know all you Brits or whatever, you Commonwealth people and your football. I understand. I get it. But yeah, this is going to be. Let me change the name. So before I put you in, because this is going to be, I have a feeling that this is going to be very important information we're all going to talk about right now.
Yes.
So I want to make sure. I want to make sure that people know your name, kind of like the beginning of Casino Royale. You know my name. So I'm just randomly. Wait a minute. Russ just disappeared. Wait, I was just about, and you disappeared. Where did you go?
I'm still here.
I know, but I lost Russ. Hang on, Michael came back. Michael. Hey,
Michael.
Michael Elliott did come back, but Russ got booted. Michael, can you turn down us so Russ? Wait for us, Russ. I don't know why I lost Russ, but I did. But we can hear. I can hear you, Michael, but I can hear us. I can hear. Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, we hear you. Yeah.
Yes, you are getting an echo.
You're getting an echo. See, we can hear you.
Much better.
Yeah, we can hear you. That's much better. No, that's good. You're good. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yes, we can. Yep. Yeah, we can still hear us, but yeah, we can hear you. Although I feel bad, Russell's going to come on. No, it's good. It's good. I mean, that'll be fine. I'm going to bring you on. Yeah, we're good. Russ, you are in you're in the show. Okay. Well, I feel bad. Well, Russ, Russ, we're still thinking of you, buddy. Don't think we've forgotten you, because we haven't.
Hold on. Okay, let me see here. This is crazy.
No, you're good, Russ. No, it's good. I mean, Michael. Let me change your name. I gotta change your name.
Robert.
I'm trying to.
No, I gotta change. Here we go. Now your name's changed.
I'm not echoing now, Robert.
Nope, you're good. Well, a little bit, but that's okay. It's like we're hearing you over a speaker or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Does he have it on YouTube? Maybe open. Maybe he has to close.
Oh yeah, is your YouTube open on your computer?
Well, let me mute.
Yeah, mute that.
There we go. That's well. Now, how's that sound?
Perfect.
Great. And you're in the show. Michael.
Hey, Michael.
So what is up? First of all, Michael, tell the folks at home, where are you coming to us from?
Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit, yes. Rock City.
Detroit, Rock City. That's good.
And how is Detroit, Michigan these days? Are you dealing with the Delta variant of the coronavirus, or are you walking around without masks on?
Well, actually, they've dropped, all the mandates.
Right.
There is, and I'm finding that when I go to grocery stores or shopping centers and stuff, lots of people are still wearing them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still, look, when I go to the grocery store, or Elizabeth and I went out to dinner tonight, we wore our masks into the restaurant. We take them off when we eat. But there was very few people wearing the masks at this restaurant we went to, except the wait staff was still wearing masks.
Yeah.
And we're all vaxxed.
Out of respect for others, because I've had my vaccination and everything, I put them on when necessary.
Right.
But I have gotten to the quote unquote breaking point where, hey, there's certain situations that I'm in. I'm not near anybody. I can't, I got to break that what do we call it? That
Habit?
we were all in for that, that year and a half or so. Yeah.
That
Yeah,
funk,
I mean,
the funk
yeah.
we were in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have to tell you though, going out tonight, we went to this restaurant, this Mexican restaurant called El Portal that's there in downtown Pasadena, and margaritas sitting outside on the patio. It was packed, and there was all kinds of hustle and bustle in Pasadena. People were out. It looked like a great summer night, which it was, and I felt like, hey, this is like the first time I looked around at Pasadena. I'm like, life is coming, but life will find a way. It's they're Jurassic Parking this place. Life will find a way. People are coming back. They're coming back.
And speaking of which, when you talked about how's things here in Detroit, but you talk about you had a Mexican meal the other night. We have a Mexican town in Detroit, the southwest area of Detroit. It's Mexican town, and you're not going to find any better Mexican food anywhere in the country. And I lived in San Diego for about 3 years, so I was around the border. All right. So I know good Mexican food when I taste it. And we got great Mexican restaurants here, especially if you go into Mexican town, you have these little mom and pop hole in the walls.
Oh yeah,
Best food ever. I eat Mexican, I think probably at least once a week. I just love it.
I'm a big
Mexican
fan
Indian
too.
Are two of my favorite exotic dishes. Love them.
Yeah, it's funny. I never thought of Mexican as being an exotic dish, but it's I really like Southern Mexican. Like I like moles and sauces and things like that.
Oh yeah.
And that's what it's funny. Elizabeth, when we first started dating, there was a really great Mexican restaurant called, probably the most uncreative name for a Mexican restaurant. It was called Mexico City. but they made incredible, moles made with chocolate, and they made incredible mole, and they made it fresh every day. And it was like, man, give me a mug of this. I'll just drink the mole. I never did, but I'm like, it was that good. And but El Portal has some really good mole, and it's really nice. I mean, what I really liked about it was I just like seeing people. People on the streets and people going out, man, and having a good time.
And you can see their faces, Rob.
Yeah, yes. Man. Smiling, and people were talking. There was the people sitting right behind Elizabeth. It was like a birthday party, and like, hey, how you doing? And like, what's really interesting is I've never felt this way in my life before, but I feel like I've been robbed. Like a year of my life, like the most precious thing that we have in existence is time. And time was taken from us. And we who knows what would have happened in your life if you were able to walk around and go wherever you wanted and meet people and set up things. And I feel like on my deathbed I'm like, somebody owes me a year and a half. Come on, what's up? Do I have to die today?
Something. I think we are. And by the way, hello everyone. I should have said that when I first came in. And it's so good to see you. No, I just forgot where I was going with it.
Well, no,
I was saying that, I think we all, or at least I know I have, and many of my friends, either know people or have acquaintances, have relatives. Somebody knows somebody who has had, a bad outcome in 2020. They've lost, family members or friends, as a result of it. Also been great blessings that come out of having this downtime. And I think the things that you're going to see as we go into 2021 and 2022, I think you're going to see more creative artists and musicians, more work than you've ever seen before.
Yeah.
Because all of this creative energy was held captive for more than 365 days. So all of these musicians and artists, we've all had our time to get into what we love to do. And so I'm seeing a lot of this beginning to happen. I've even ventured into a whole new side of life in the last 4 months that I've fallen deeply in love with.
Well, that I was going to ask you that you brought it up. It must have happened to you. And could you tell us a little bit about your own creative journey? You were about to tell us you've fallen into. What did you fall into, Michael?
I'm going nuts over figures, action figures, and I'm building. I have a home recording studio. I produce my music right out of my studio, and I started building a diorama, and it was just so big. I had a few pieces at first, and then I met this guy who was a customer of mine because I had a bath and body business that I'm finally being able to make a secondary business and make my art and my music my total primary energy. But anyway, in meeting him, he is an avid collector, and we started talking. Oh, about comics, and we both grew up reading comics and loving them and everything. And he said, he says, I've got, I buy action figures and stuff. I said, well, when I was a kid, I used to always buy action figures. I had the G.I. Joes when they were like, 12 feet tall.
Those are the best, the 12-inch, the Adventure Team.
Yes. And so he invited me over. He said, I've got a room and I've got a few things in it. And I go over there, Robert, I go into this one room. I mean, he's got like stormtrooper figures that are like 4 feet high.
Oh, yeah.
9 or 10 or 15. Very much like what you have there. I mean, it's just, and I'm going, listen, if I die, can I just sit in this chair and rot in this room?
Well, I'll tell you, you just described the fun part is, like, I stream a lot with Justin, this kid. I call him a kid. He's like half my age. In Australia, who has the biggest collection of Hot Toys 12-inch figures I've ever seen. But, you just pointed out what's so great about it is when you sit and look at it, and if he's got a video online where you can look at his whole collection, it just makes you feel happy. Yes. Doesn't it? Like, you walk in there, like you said, you just said, like, I want to sit here and I just want to sit down. And what's weird is, what I love is when you put a bunch of action figures together in a display case.
Yes.
And it's a melange of, it was actors that created the characters, costume designers that made the costumes, the writers that created the scenarios, the people that created the original characters in the first place. And when you look at them all put together, and you can display things, and I just took out my Bruce Wayne and Alfred Batman armory. So from Dark Knight, where it's a thing that opens up and it's got the Batman suit and it's got all of Batman's weapons. Yeah. And then it came with Bruce Wayne and Alfred in civilian garb. I hadn't opened that in 4 years. And I'm putting it into the Modja case. And I'm like, I'm opening it. I'm like, this thing is badass.
Yeah.
I love this. And you look at it, and the toys now, even the thought that, like, I don't know if you saw, like, these are all unopened Hot Toys.
I noticed those boxes, Robert, behind you, but I didn't say anything.
Oh, well, one of I got a few things, some third party figures that aren't even official.
Love third party. Those are great too. So
wait, I don't want this to fall. Hang on, let me get this here. I'll show you because I love this figure so much. So
okay,
this figure I got this week is the Omniscient. Now, Hot Toys didn't make this figure, but it is an Asgardian figure. Mm-hmm. And this figure kicks unholy ass.
Oh boy.
It's
Heimdall.
Really? It's Heimdall. It's Idris Elba from.
I heard they were. Yeah, they just released that, right?
They just
Wonderful
came
figure.
out. It just came out. Now, what is so awesome about this figure is, first of all, I wanted a Heimdall because it's just awesome. But even the parts, like his sword, this sword is metal.
Wow.
I mean, it's full on. You could
is it die-cast, Robert?
Yeah, this is you. And if you feel this, this has tons of weight. You could kill somebody with this. You could drive this into the back of someone's skull. I mean, even Hot Toys would be hard pressed to deliver this. And not only that, but he also comes with these daggers that go on his back. They clip onto his belt. These are also die cast. And the game on these third-party figures is being stepped up. I mean, you can't take his helmet off, but it's still the clothing, the outfit. I mean, this is an awesome figure. And
it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's amazing. And you know, I
Hey,
have
Robert,
Odin.
I saw you almost stuck it into your back, but hey, open your mouth and do some sword swallowing for us.
Oh yeah, right. I mean, I would be terrified. This thing is it's terrifying. It's terrifying.
But Michael, you made a good point when you talked about artists going within themselves. And a long time ago, artists used to take time off. They used to do sabbaticals. They used to do retreats to get that momentum back, you know, into their work. Regardless of where they were, sometimes they would take these moments off, whether it was a year, 6 months, whatever. And this whole thing forced everyone to do this. It caused you, it forced us all to refocus our energy. And look at how important these figures are. The importance of these figures shows that the actual idea has transcended the artwork, so to speak. You know, you have a person who creates an entire franchise based on entertainment, but look at how it's transcended so much and gone so much further for all of us. I mean, when I look at that figure, there are all sorts of feelings that I get when I see it. You know, I get the excitement of the original story. I get the excitement of the actor. And then I realize that this has meant so much, you know, to our community, that it's wonderful that we can have these figures and enjoy them and share them with one another.
Well, so go ahead. Sorry, Michael.
Well, you know, the crazy thing about it is, it's like I'm really just going back home, because when I was a kid, you know, I had these things, and then, you know, some 50 odd years later, here I am, you know, revisiting it and literally just having an incredible time. I have created, you know, a whole world here, and I can turn and I can look. I wish I was trying to come up on my iPhone. And let me see if I can turn my iMac and maybe even give you guys some kind of look. I don't know if I can. See, if I had my phone, I was going to try and come up on my phone, Robert, but I wasn't sure if I was going to get on.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see if I'm turning it now, but there's a delay, so I can't even tell what you guys are seeing yet.
No, I can see you turning, because when you're live, we can see you turn. I mean,
you have a different
the delay is broadcasted, but we can see you
on
live.
real time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Here we go. I can see now it's starting. Well, of course you can see. What do you see up there on the wall, Robert? Is it too small?
It's too small because I can't.
Yeah, we can't see that. But tell us what you're trying to show us, Michael, please.
I'm trying to show you my diorama.
Oh,
yeah, I want to see that.
If I had my phone up, I could have literally walked you guys.
Yeah.
You guys right through it all, but
yeah, we can. Yeah,
maybe another day.
Yeah,
that's the original Star Trek crew up there in the corner. I have a picture of the OG Star Trek.
Oh, black. You mean the black and white pictures behind you?
Yeah, and the cool thing about it, Robert, is that it says Starfleet Academy class of '66 and the yearbook. So it's done up like a page of a yearbook, and so it has their whole names, like
like Montgomery, Scott.
Yeah. Nyota is Uhura's first name.
Yep, it's Swahili.
Yeah. But Pavel Chekhov, Janice Rand, and then Hikaru is Sulu's.
Indeed. By the way,
I met George Takei.
Oh.
Can I just talk about your glasses for a minute? Yeah. How cool those glasses are.
They are super cool.
They are.
I'm a military vet. I'm a disabled vet, and so I get optical. But because I'm not 100%, I don't get all of the fringe benefits, but I do get some. So they give you they'll do your exams for free, and they give you a selection of glasses. and most of them are very generic and goofy looking. And then every once in a while, I'll go back and I'll take a look. Oh, those actually look cool. So I jumped on these as quick as I could, because sometimes they'll make these designs and then you'll never see them again. So
no, those glasses are badass.
Yes.
Unlike my $5 specials, but I love them. I love them.
Yeah, you have more than one pair, and you're always wearing a really cool.
Yeah, like these. Elizabeth buys them for me. She buys them like boxes of 6, and they always break. But I love these are my favorites, the blue ones. And this is so hilarious because I am certainly not a paragon of fashion, and one of the things that I'm doing now is hosting the Designing Hollywood podcast that is produced by one of my favorite costume designers in Hollywood. Like, so I met her.
Who would that be?
Her name's Marilyn Vance, and if you like, she was a costume designer on Die Hard. You know, she was the costume designer on Ferris Bueller and all the John Hughes. She dressed Ducky in Pretty in Pink. I mean, she's amazing. And I met her daughter, professional daughter, at this party, and we started talking about Marilyn Vance. I'm like, let me tell you how much I love Marilyn Vance. And so she asked me, she's like, well, Marilyn produces this podcast. Will you host it? I'm like, are you kidding me? And so suddenly I'm doing this podcast. I've done one episode. I did one. You can see it. It's on YouTube. It's wherever you get podcasts. And it was Daniel Orlandi who designed the costumes for Ford v Ferrari and Logan and X-Men Dark Phoenix. I mean, he goes back all the way. And now the next person I'm interviewing is the makeup artist for Daniel Craig on the Bond movies. And yeah, I'm doing that next. And then the costume designers of Dune. Yeah, it's unbelievable. The people there. It's so out of control. The people that they are getting for me to work, to interview, and what was really funny was I don't think that Marilyn understood that there are geeks. You know, like I told her, I was like, you made Michael Pere's jacket for Streets of Fire, and she just looks at me. She goes, well, how would you know that? And I said, well, I know you're the costume designer in Streets of Fire, and I love Streets of Fire, but I love that's a jacket. Like, if the back of my mind, there's always articles of clothing in movies that you stick with you, and I'm like, that jacket is badass. And she's like, I had to go to Europe to get that leather to get made, and and so I'm like, I still want Ferris Bueller's leather jacket from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And I go, you should have a Marilyn Vance line where you recreate these iconic jackets. I would still buy that shit. I would wear Ferris Bueller's leather jacket. I would wear Michael Pere's leather duster. I said the term Eurotrash was defined by you with all the Hans Gruber's men in Die Hard. Those guys were. No one knew what Eurotrash was until you dressed those actors in Die Hard. They defined Eurotrash.
Yes.
And she's just laughing at me. And she doesn't, at first she's like, she can't believe, I go, look, man. I actually sent a picture to her. She's the costume designer on The Rocketeer.
Wow.
And while it was designed by Dave Stevens in the comics, obviously, she still had to make it work.
Right.
You know, and it was something that, like, she was like, you have an action figure of a costume that I designed? I'm like, come on, man. Yes, I do. And suddenly,
what do we got?
No, I'm just doing her podcast, and the people that she's lining up for me, I'm like, I can't believe I'm going to talk to these people.
It's amazing.
Incredible.
It's amazing. I mean, when you talk about costume design, you have these production designers who do all these sort of, schematics about what everything's going to feel like and look like. And then you have to fit that into your costume design, and it has to work. Like, you can't sort of just off the cuff come up with ideas. A lot of times they make a lot of those clothes from scratch. They have to, literally design it as if they were professional couturier designers. It's a lot of work. And not only do they have to do that, then they have to worry about the rest of the production. So it's not just the stars. They have to worry about the look of everybody in this film. So, it's a ton of work, and they have this incredible amount of artistry, and it's like a 24/7 job. Like, they have whole warehouses full of clothes. I don't know how they keep track of all this, but they're practically geniuses when it comes to making clothing and making it work for a film or a TV show.
But I think it's amazing. So I fell into that. But Michael, I think I really like your point about, I think a lot of people have taken stock of their lives after the last year and asked themselves, what do I really want? What with the limited time we have on this planet, what is it we're going to do with it? And, normally, how often do you get a time when modern civilization literally gets shut down? So you're at home, you're being introspective. I was lucky in the sense that I never stopped working between doing these shows and working on the Dota Dragon's Blood series and producing the Hills Run Red Blu-ray with Dave and just all the work we did. I was lucky to keep busy, but still I was incredibly productive. And I look back on the last 15 months or 16 months and coming out of it and having our movie picked up for distribution and I'm astonished that this company, we signed a deal and 2 days later they leave for Cannes to sell the movie. Never
Robert,
happens.
what's the name of the company? I'm sorry.
It's called Vision Films, and they're a lower budget company. But what I love here's the great thing about Vision Films is that a woman, one of their bookers, Kristen, she was one of the judges at the Brooklyn Film Festival. So what people don't understand is when you're an independent filmmaker, you want to get your movies seen by distributors. And it's really hard. Distributors are like, oh my God, most of the films they see are terrible. So trying to get distributors to come to see your movie at all is a Herculean task. Well, this girl, Kristen, she saw our film, she was a judge at the Brooklyn Film Festival. And she made it her crusade. She's like, I love this movie. I want to distribute this movie. And she told her boss. And that's the best scenario ever, because then your distribution company already loves your movie. You don't have to twist their arm. And so when this happened, we were dealing with another company that wanted the film. They were just giving us the runaround, and they're playing games, and it was so ridiculous. And I'm like, fuck those guys, man. This other company comes in, and it's primarily run by women. That's one of their selling points. That's what they say. And one of the things about female run companies in Hollywood is, men, we've got our minds in the clouds a lot of the time. And I'm one of them. What I love, and I've worked with women since my first boss on Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 was the art director was a woman, Rebecca Carriaga, and she took me under her wing and she showed me everything I needed to know. She was amazing. And I've been lucky to work for great female executives, and I've had great working relationships, because people talk about, well, in Hollywood it's all sexist and horrible. And my experience has been I've always worked very well with women. There was a woman I worked with in the 90s named Jody Horowitz, and she had a show on Showtime called Jody Horowitz Presents, and she was fanatical. She was a complete crackpot, totally fanatical. and she would burn through editors like editors would not want to work with her. And at the time I'm like, oh, I want to work with her. So we started working, and we would sit down and work for 10 hours. And then she would turn and look at me. She goes, oh, I didn't let you go to lunch. And I'm like, I'm working for you, lady. If this is, she was so passionate about what she did, I got off on it. I mean, I was her editor trying to make, these are just interstitial shows for Showtime, won a Cable Ace Award, but I loved working with her. And after I worked there one day, the company said, are you going to work there again? I went, hell yeah, I am. Sign me up, whatever she wants to do, anything, because she was fanatical about getting her work done correctly. And I love that about her. And it was just, I'll never forget when she was like, I forgot to let you have lunch. And I'm like, nope, I'm here to work for you, lady, whatever you want. And so this, to me, was the best possible outcome, in that this female-run distribution company, which, by the way, we checked out. I've never heard of people speak highly of their distribution company, but people spoke highly of this company. And I'm like, let's go with them. And they've been nothing but amazing. I mean, they're like, yeah, we want your movie in theaters by August 27th. I'm like, what? All right. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm not.
We have a film festival here in Detroit called Freep. And while if the timing had been better and we didn't have the issue with 2020, it might have brought you, Robert, because like 3 years ago, Kevin Smith and Mark Bernard brought the Fat Man Show to Detroit.
Yeah.
At the Fox Theater, and it was awesome because they were part of the Freak last like a week or two, and there's films being shown, independent films all around. So it'd have been great if you could have.
Well, hopefully, I mean, if I ever get to redo Free Enterprise, I would love to come to Detroit. I've never been to Detroit. I've wanted to go to Detroit my whole life. I saw the vampire movie Only Lovers Left Alive, and I'm like, oh man, I want to go to Detroit and see those burnt out buildings and
yeah.
But the waterfront is really.
I can show you some of the great spots. I love doing videography and decayed buildings and things like that. But you might be a lot more surprised. I will show you around Detroit and I'll blow your mind. We were voted the #1 Riverwalk in the country.
Oh yeah,
it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I've been there when I went to Movement, which is one of the largest house EDM events in the country.
What year?
I went in 2019.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and I saw Octave One and MK. I don't know whether I got to see Yeji, who I'm a big fan of. So I love EDM, and honestly, the waterfront in Detroit is beautiful. It's stunning. You would love it, Robert.
Well, what I loved
had we known each other just a few years ago, because I lived right downtown.
Yes, I know. But we'll catch each other on the next one, or if I see you at ARC. If you go to ARC, we definitely have to meet up.
I'm not familiar with ARC. I'm sorry.
It's new. It's an event that they brought together in Chicago just for this year, and it's going to be in September, the same day. I think it's Labor Day weekend. So, I'm not quite sure if you're going to it. See, the thing about it is that you're already in Detroit, and you all already have such a base of events. You don't need a big event to get together and to have a fantastic performance and show. But for those of us who can't see that every day, we're going to travel to see you. But just getting back to it, the waterfront in Detroit is beautiful, and I loved every minute of it. So, Rob, you would love it there.
Oh, I love. One of the things I thought was really cool was there's a lot of people moving to Detroit. Like in Hollywood, when they were making Red Dawn, the remake of Red Dawn, you could go to Detroit and like buy a block, and if you wanted, and blow up all the houses or do whatever you wanted. But there was a lot of people. I watched a documentary on people that were moving to Detroit into these neighborhoods and reclaiming the neighborhoods and renovating houses, and it was kind of this movement that was going on, and I'm like, well, how cool is that? Because to me, Detroit is a cornerstone American city because of the auto industry and all that, and there's such history there, and I'm like, this is a city that needs to, one of the things that I've been totally freaked out by is the collapse of the building in Florida. And to me, I see it as a metaphor for all of America. Like all of our infrastructure is that building. Like I think of that building as all of us. It's all of America. And what I don't understand is like here, Biden's trying to pass an infrastructure bill, and everyone tries to put other pork barrel things in there. Like to me, yo, man, we need to repair. Our country is not up to date. Like Israel has way better phone systems, cellular service than we do in the United States, and I'm like, why doesn't America? We're not cutting it. We have infant mortality rates that are astonishingly high for the Western world. I mean, we are basically one step away from a banana republic in terms of how we're dealing with. There's so much divisiveness in our culture. I'm like, man. There's one thing that could bring us together. It's a massive New Deal infrastructure program where everybody pitches in. Like I would even say like you can't say draft people, but if they had like every day, like every day in the week, 1 day a week, every American has to go work. You get paid for the work, but you have to go work to build something, rebuild the infrastructure. I mean, I think that would bring people together. We'd realize that our differences. No one would ever do this, but how cool would it be? Like if someone said, "Okay, Rob, we're gonna bus you 25 miles away, and you're gonna work on a bridge fixing crew 1 day a week for 4 months." I'm like, sign me up. I would totally do that.
I want to add to that, and I want to say that I think that the infrastructure deal is a great idea, but we also need something like that for the arts, and so let's say for creatives, like let's say people in the PGS community or people in the EDM community who want to create, people who are in the horror community who want to create, like we should have grants and things for that are easily accessible to everybody. And if they want to take a year and do that work, let them go ahead and do that. I mean, we definitely need some stimulation in the artistic part.
They really respect that? That's Sweden.
Yeah.
Sweden pays their artists to create.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. Yes, and I've interviewed many EDM artists from Sweden and let's say from Scandinavia, and they not only do they pay them, so they do have a stipend they don't have to create if they don't want to, like they can continue. And I think that that's something that we need here. We need artists, sort of like in residence, but permanently put so that they don't have to worry about where their next paycheck is coming from. So we can get that creative thing that we need. Like this is what we're living for, is this creativity and this artwork that fuels our souls. We need this stuff. This isn't something that we can live without. So, it serves a purpose. That's why we're here right now is for that reason.
I totally agree. By the way, S Beam sends us a super chat sticker. Thank you, sir. And Movie Finobi says, Tango Shalom, edited by Robert Meyer Burnett. I also produced it, just want to say. And I was the post-production supervisor and the VFX supervisor. In theaters, you must be proud. I hope your other projects continue to develop. Happy 4th all, Steve, Movie Finobi. Well, thank you for that, Steve. I very much appreciate that. Look, I'm with what just said and what Michael has been saying. It's art. What art does is help everybody sort of reframe their vision of the world, the universe, our day-to-day lives. Art is about reflecting on what it means to be a human being. And sometimes we get caught up in, our daily lives or the struggles, the all the craziness, but it's art that helps define who we are, and it is valuable. The problem is, I think in our modern day, especially in this country, we want to know, well, where's the profit in it? And it's like the homeless problem we have in LA. There's no necessarily on a spreadsheet profit from helping the homeless. However, I would say that it is profitable as human beings to take care of those in need. I mean, most homeless people, there's mentally ill, there's addicts, there's all kinds of people on hard luck or whatever. And we used to help those people. They were hospitalized if they needed it, and we got rid of all that, in the 80s? All of those places are gone. So now there's people in need that aren't getting what they need. But I think that helping people is, remember, everything you need to know is in Godfather 1, 2, or 3. And in Godfather 3, Michael Corleone does say helping your fellow man is profitable. Because it might not be on a spreadsheet, but eventually the body politic is stronger when you are helping people, just like I think that our lives are enriched when we have more art, more things to look at, more things to experience. Action figures, you're making a diorama, Michael. You get one action figure, it's fine. It's a novelty in your office. You get 10 action figures and set up a scene. Yeah. Then you have a story. Then people come in and go, oh, they want to sit down and look, and then suddenly you've created art. That's what I tell Elizabeth when another figure comes.
What about the notion of, let's say, and I'm kind of straying away from, for EDM, for Michael and I, are incredibly important. And Robert, I know you said you love EDM as well.
I do.
For me, it's like in my soul, for the past 20 years, when I was a teenager, the first time I ever heard my friend, his name is Edwin Vargas, and he was in a group called Fulanito, play house music to me for the first time when I was 16 years old. It's been in my soul. but the idea of when we talk about the meaning of art, EDM hasn't gone anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. This isn't about necessarily making money. This isn't, and I understand the bottom line for so many companies, and they need to make money, and we understand that. But for a lot of creatives, they're not in it for the money. They're in it because they need to express themselves. And for EDM, for me, I have to feel certain emotions from the music. And I don't care whether the songs that are being played are top 10, that doesn't mean anything to me.
No.
What the most important thing that happens to me when I go to a club, I need to hear a message. I need to hear that meaning. And I think, Michael, you know what I'm talking about. I want to be schooled. I want to hear, what the DJ is trying to tell me. I don't want to go in there and hear a top 40 song and kind of like just tap my feet to it. I want to hear a message. And I think that we're looking for a lot of that stuff. Think about the MCU. A lot of what's in it was a message telling you that, we're going to overcome someone who's evil, and, we're going to go ahead and make things right. And people want to hear that message. So there is a little bit more to it than just saying, well, I like to collect. It's a deeper desire, and it's filling something that we have inside of us. And we all feel this way collectively. We need this. And the art form for us means so much. So I think it's important to kind of preserve that. And I think that's what we're doing here. This is why I love being part of this, is because we're preserving all that now.
Well, I just got in
I'm sorry, Robert, go ahead.
Well, a guy, Rod Thunderheart, sends in a super chat and says, "Hail R&B, you're absolutely right. I've been to Cuba, and the government actually puts money into the arts, even protest art. There's an amazing street of art for all tourists. It's incredible."
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Michael? I mean, obviously we have the National Endowment for the Arts, which is always getting in trouble for giving money to the wrong artists. But I mean, how do you feel as an artist yourself? I mean, Detroit wasn't just a great industrial city. Our America's musical traditions, so much of it comes from Detroit, the Detroit sound, and I mean, my God,
every genre too.
Yeah, ground zero. I mean, Minneapolis and Detroit, with Prince in Minneapolis, but Detroit was ground zero for rock and roll, really.
Yes.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, there was a band in the early 70s that very few people knew about. Now they're considered the actual beginnings of punk music. Back then, there wasn't even a name. It didn't even exist. It was a band called Death. If you get an opportunity, there's a documentary called A Band Called Death. Two of the members were brothers, and then they brought in, I think, I think the third member was a relative, maybe a cousin. Two of the members are still alive, and they reformed. They got a new drummer, and they're actually performing still. But it's an incredible documentary. You really got to take a look at it, and it'll also warm your heart. It's just fantastic. It's called a band called Death. See,
okay.
Not to take us off the subject, but here, from the guest earlier.
Wow.
Yeah. Nice.
I don't know how much you're seeing because of this doggone delay.
Well, yeah, pull it back a little bit because it's
pull it back.
It's a little.
Okay, let me move back.
Yeah, we can't see the whole picture. We want to see that, and
yeah.
Here, I'll tell you what I'll do is I can let me add you and I'll put you in. I'll give you a full frame. So I'm going to switch to your full frame, Michael.
Oh, okay, great.
So there's your full frame. So now you're full on the screen. Now show us this. So
am I holding it up?
Yeah, hold it. Yeah, hold it up. Yeah. Okay, hold it up higher. Oh, hold it up higher. Hold it up higher. Hold it up higher. So, yeah. Turn it left or there you go. I know we're covering your face. Turn it left or right because it's shining. Just move it 40.
The delay kills me.
Yeah, that's The Ventures, right?
Exactly. Can you see it now?
Yeah, oh yeah, we can. You're full
Great.
frame. Yep.
They did all sorts of creative things with their music, and they looked at music and said, hey, how can we go ahead and reinvent this? We think there's more to the music. They were just incredible when it came to looking at work and saying, I'm going to go ahead and interpret that. I'm going to bring out something different in what the original artist had, like something. Who else made such a cool album in space? Like, can you imagine the impact at that time? They're just incredible. And you have the vinyl.
Yeah, and I got another Ventures one, a studio-produced Ventures album, but this one has Out of Limits, Moonchild, Fear, the main theme from One Step Beyond, Exploration and Terror, War of the Satellites, theme from The Bat.
Wow, those are all I own War of the Satellites on DVD.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Thank you for sharing that, Michael, because, we don't get to, it's not that we don't see it on this show, but it's nice to see album covers because we love them, because they are in themselves a work of art as well.
Yeah. Vinyl is a treasure. It really is.
Movie Fanobi actually says, what are your thoughts on Lovecraft Country being canceled? I agree. No money to care for others is a shame. Where's Elizabeth's stop motion movie? Well, okay.
Never got around to seeing it.
Lovecraft Country was actually based on a book, and the book was finished. The first season the book was done, and they didn't know what to do for a second season, which is why it ended. I wouldn't say it got canceled. It was based on a book that was kind of a one-off, but maybe they could bring it back. But and then the not caring for others is a shame. Elizabeth's movie, I did put it on YouTube, but because it had the safety dance in it, Men Without Hats, YouTube blocked it because we were using. Obviously, we didn't have the rights to the song, but rather than just give me a copyright notice, they actually blocked the film. They took it off YouTube.
I'm sorry.
I know. What are you gonna do? But I'll put it on the website.
That is why. I mean, I have a new YouTube channel that I started, but I do at least 50% of my live streaming and my DJ sets or whatever. And now I'm doing a little thing I call it Toy Garage. I'm literally now kit bashing, on camera so people can see me working in here in the studio, putting stuff together with the figures.
Oh, dude, you should come on Fully Articulated, our show on Wednesdays.
It's hard enough for me to catch you guys now. But I did tune into your show. I think it was earlier this week. I haven't had a chance to. My schedule is of course, becoming more full now that the lockdown and everything is over. But I'm just trying to find the time to do everything because, yeah, you're definitely articulated. I mean, I would love to come on there and show you guys all this stuff. I'll work on some things. The only thing with Wirecast though is that you have the ability to change the screen size so you can make full.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I want to do a fly through. I think I've got other dioramas.
Also,
they're taking everything.
Great to see your dioramas.
If you want,
it's crazy.
If you film, by the way, if you film something, even if you want to just film raw footage, send it to me, and I'll make a fully articulated short about your dioramas. I'll just put it up, and I'll even give you the revenue that it generates. The ad revenue.
And it's literally unfinished. But if I wait to show it when it's completely finished, I'll never show it because I picked this up from other YouTubers who build dioramas. They go, "You realize you never finish one, right?" And they're right. It's like chess pieces. Like I'll find another figure. I'll go, "Wait a minute, you're better here than you are." And so it's constantly evolving. Certain things are never gonna change. But it's constantly evolving. So it's not complete. It's still in the working stages. But I think it's complete enough where people go, hey, I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Definitely a conversation piece, I'll tell you that.
I have a question for both of you, and it's about when you're making a short or a film, and a lot of us have made shorts or tried to post things, and maybe it had music in the background, and we know what happens sometimes when there might be music from another artist in the background. Is it worthwhile to hire someone or try and make soundtrack music of your own for a movie? I mean, considering the trademark limitations that are happening now.
Oh, yes.
You want to take that route?
Yes. I mean, I'll give you an example. So, we used Disco Inferno in the trailer for Tango Shalom.
Mm-hmm.
But it was an online trailer. We had to pay some money. We used it for the online trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we've been acquired by Vision, they want to use our trailer and put it in theaters. Well, we didn't negotiate for that because we never thought it would be in theaters, but now it's going to be. They want $100,000. So I mean, it's already Disco Inferno. We already paid for it, and like you think online, this is because thinking is different now. Online, thousands of people, tens of thousands, millions of people have access to the trailer online. But you put it in a theater, then they're like, "Oh, now it's real," and I'm like, "We can't afford $10,000. We can't afford $100,000." So I spent all day today, and one of the reasons I couldn't do my own show today was I was swapping out Disco Inferno with all different kinds of pieces of music to see if it would work. Like I think I did 50 different songs.
It's such a pain.
It was a nightmare because I'm also editing this music to make it all work, and some of it was hip hop, some of it was disco, some of it was techno, and what's you're fighting. What's very interesting is that Disco Inferno is a song that's basically 50 years old, and everyone knows it has a cultural footprint. So as soon as you hear, like, it's like whenever you hear dun 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 dun, everyone knows what that is. It's fucking Beethoven's 500 years old. Right. So it doesn't matter how you use it. Every human being knows what that means. Or the guitar riff from Satisfaction. You know, everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows the beginning of Stairway to Heaven. You know, there's a lady who knows. Everyone knows that. So and Disco Inferno, everyone knows that too. So when you put it in a trailer, it's like, oh, I immediately understand when we show a rabbi dancing to Disco Inferno. You know, it's funny. It's immediately funny. So, but when you take that out and you just try and find some generic song to plug back in, it doesn't work. And I spent all day doing that. So, and how
did you solve the issue?
We haven't. We don't have a song yet, and I'm trying to find a song that we can afford to put in the trailer and that we can put on the DVD and all that. But you know what's really sad? Part of the reason that people love our movie, especially the film companies, because they loved our trailer, and they assumed, and this is bad for all of you filmmakers out there, we shouldn't have this issue. You know, we're like, we don't have any money, so we're going to pay the online rate. But when you're going to buy a piece of music for something, get it in perpetuity forever throughout the universe.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're going to have a problem. Because if you don't own I'll give you another example. When I was making Free Enterprise, I was my own music supervisor, and I wanted to have the ultimate 80s soundtrack. And when we went and got festival rights, because you can go and so if you want to show your movie at a film festival, it hasn't been picked up for distribution, you can get festival rights to songs, which means you pay a stipend and you can use the songs. But if your movie sells and it becomes a product, then you have to go back and renegotiate. So the festival rights to all the songs I put in Free Enterprise exceeded the budget of the movie. In fact, they wanted $1.5 million for all the rights to songs.
You did mention this before about that.
Yeah,
you did mention that. Yeah.
It was $1.5 million, and luckily, it's funny that Staci brought this up, but Skinny Puppy's record label, Network,
yes,
picked us up. Yeah, they picked us up, Network America, they wanted to put out the soundtrack for Free Enterprise, so they gave me $50,000 because they were going to do the record, and they said, but you have to have 4 songs on the soundtrack. The long version of Planet Earth, the long version of the Cults, She Sells Sanctuary, Shriekbacks, Underwater Boys, and Frankie Goes to Hollywood's Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. They had to have those 4 songs, and of course, each one of those songs was $10,000 a piece to get into the movie. So now I only have $60,000 for 54 songs.
Wow.
And so Network's like, yeah, but you can use any of our acts. I'm like, okay, but I mean, the whole point was the movie was tracked. I mean, there was so many emotional beats. Luckily, I was able to keep Welcome to the Pleasure Dome, She Sells Sanctuary, Underwater Boys, because they were all integral to the scenes of the movie. And I mean, Planet Earth I could have swapped out, but it was cool that I got to. And then they're like, "Why do you want?" They're like, "What is this night version?" And I said, "Well, you know, back in that's Planet Earth is off their first album, and they had night versions, which is
Duran, right?
Yeah, it's extended remix, you know, and and they're like, well, can't you go with a single version? I'm like, no, I need the way it's built up, and now I need that. And they thought I was absolutely out of my fucking mind.
But
and I was.
Is it the same price for just 30 seconds of the song versus the entire song?
It could be anything.
It is.
Okay.
Because what you want is like, we use 15 seconds of Disco Inferno and they want $100,000. Because what they're doing is, it's all about commercials. They see what we're doing as being in a commercial. I mean, yes, a commercial costs $1 million to make, so they can pay that money for a song. We don't have that money. We're a low-budget indie movie. We're never going to have that money.
And then, you know, how much of that money is going to go actually to the band themselves?
A very good question.
Whoever gets the copyright, whoever has the rights to it gets the money, right?
That's the problem. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me circle back real quickly, Rob. I was talking about, you know, I got a new YouTube channel. I'm doing the majority of my live streaming, my DJ sets, and my
what? You can't say that. You got to tell us what your YouTube channel is. Come on, man.
You know what it is, Mike.
Because I'm going to go subscribe right now.
I want to do this now. Now, you're going to have to get and there's a reason why I have have it spelled the way I do. Please.
Is it
right now,
music, electronic music, or?
It's going to be. It's going to be a version of my Mixcloud, because I do a show on Mixcloud a couple of times a month. The reason why I'm on Mixcloud, and I think YouTube needs to listen up, and all of the other platforms, Mixcloud has done something that no other platform has done so far. If you can, of course, join Mixcloud for free and enjoy all of the DJs and musicians, and not only DJs and musicians, they're starting to do. There you go. That's it. Thank you. Well, anybody who wants to go subscribe right now, I do have a couple of videos up of me in the studio messing around with a synthesizer, creating some space sounds. But eventually, I'll start bringing in more and more content onto the site. So yeah, anybody out there, please go ahead and subscribe. Like I said, it's brand new, so give me a little time to start filling it up with content. But the thing I like about Mixcloud is that if you subscribe to it, and it's $15 a month, that subscription buys you a license, and they've worked it out with the record labels, the artists, where my subscription money gets the artist paid now. And I can play anything I want and not get a copyright.
Can you spell your channel really quickly? Because we couldn't see the whole thing.
I'm sorry, guys. I should have been more.
Okay, it's the Electronic Composer, and it's spelled ELEK.
Yep.
TRONICOMPZER. Did I spell it right?
I don't think. I don't. Wait. It's T. Hang on. Let me get THEEL.
I'm sorry. ELEK.
Yeah, but
okay, so it's elect, like elect instead of a C. It's
but there's no the in the front of it.
Yes, the.
Yeah, so it's THE
THE
ELEK T RONIC OMP ZER.
OMPOZER. Composer.
OZER. Aha.
I put your link on the chat for Michael.
But it's
and all that other stuff.
It still says
the reason why I do that is not to make it hard for people to find me, but then again, I kind of helps me to sift people out.
But it still says that
it draws people.
It still says on YouTube that it's not found.
I know it's. Do I still have it on private?
Well, I put the Mixcloud link in the chat.
I thought this is this a YouTube link or a Mixcloud link?
No, YouTube.
Yeah, it's not showing up.
All right, let me try and do this. Can I? I should be. Can I put the link in live chat now? I don't.
Yes,
know.
yes, you can.
Yes.
Just put it in the live chat because I want to subscribe to your channel. Because you know what, Michael, your channel sounds fucking metal, dude.
Oh, well, like I said, there's not much content there yet.
So, Robert and Michael, do you think that because of these copyright situations, there's gonna be a trend going back towards, let's say, composing original music for movies for TV now? Do you think that's going to be something that we're going to see more of?
Yeah, I mean, I do. As a matter of fact, Wendy and Lisa, who were in Prince's band, The Revolution, they've been composing music they were going to compose the music for Free Enterprise, my movie. But they've been doing, they came to my office, I got to show them Free Enterprise. I'm like, oh my God. But they're doing music for movies and TV too. And I think, a lot of rock musicians, Peter Gabriel's scoring like Alan Parker's Birdie. There's I think there's going to be a lot more of that. You have to have original music for these things. And if you want to use pop culture touchstone music, it's become so cost prohibitive. They make so much money that I think that's going to go away.
I just wanted to share one thing with you guys. Recently, I was watching Turner Classic Movies, which I watch a lot. I know, Robert, I watch that a lot with my mother. And on Turner Classic Movies, for Pride Month, they were showing a movie about the quilt. How
to Make an American Quilt.
Actually, it's I believe it's the one, Robert, where it's the AIDS quilt. And is that the name of the film, Robert?
Yeah, How to Make an American Quilt. I think that's what it is.
So I watched it. It was, they featured it on Turner Classic Movies. And after that, they had the two directors, they talked to the directors and it was great. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is only because, and it's a great film. Bobby McFerrin did the music, let's say the soundtrack for the film. And I just thought it was very interesting. He did it almost completely a cappella.
Yeah.
And it was it's a very emotional film, of course, because it's a quilt about, individuals who were affected by AIDS. I mean, it affected all of us in the 80s. Everybody was affected by this in a sense that, we knew about it. And all of a sudden this was this horrible disease that was there. And everybody was pretty much helpless because, there was nothing that was being done about it except for these, activists who were so incredible, devoting time and energy to try to fight it. But Bobby McFerrin's soundtrack was mainly his a cappella work. And I started to think about, like an inexpensive way. Let's say if you didn't have a lot of money to go ahead and try and make your own soundtrack, could you go ahead and try and do something a cappella, for your movie, like what could be the options for something like that. So I just kind of exploring the idea of, since many of us who are in the PGS community are filmmakers and creators, it's like, what would be our next step? Maybe writing a full song isn't something that's desirable for you, but an a cappella version might be something you might want to look into. So it got me, thinking in that way.
Well, we can start here. We can start with what Mixcloud is doing, and I believe that this is the future. Hopefully, others will follow. Because when I'm on Mixcloud, it's like I'll play everything, anything, and I just know I'm not going to get a strike. I love it, and I know that when I'm playing this music, other artists are getting paid.
Yes.
And so I'm just hoping that eventually down the road, and Mixcloud is not just a DJ platform. Like I think I'm one of the first that who are actually going on and actually doing like a program where I bring on guests and friends and we talk about music and things like that. So I'm slowly building it out, and it's more like a show. And then sometimes I come on and I'll just do DJ sets. So it's a mix of both.
And
so
the
YouTube channel is going to be my portal for people on YouTube to go through YouTube to Mixcloud. That way, because when I do go on live, I'll put up a link for a live link. You go to the link and it'll take you from YouTube over into Mixcloud from the link. And then that way, if you're just on YouTube and you subscribe to me, when I send you the link to Mixcloud, you can go straight to Mixcloud. Now I can play all the music I want to you, for you, without worrying about any kind of copyright.
No, that's a great. That's great. By the way, Movie Finobi sends in a super chat and says, "You are eloquent, passionate, and lovely."
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That's so kind.
I'm not always around, but you are a nice addition. Very comfortable presence on air.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I get inspired by the whole community, and I appreciate your kind words.
I'm just saying I hired her.
Link up there? I'm sorry.
No,
Did we get the link right? I think I put the wrong one up.
Just say it again.
Oh, wait, okay. The Richard put it up. Oh, thank you, Richard.
Good. Thank you, Richard.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Great.
In a world where the Richard is the only man that stands.
The film that I was talking about is called Common Threads 1989, and Robert, I know you know the film. It's the AIDS quilt film.
But that's a documentary, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
it certainly is a documentary, and it won numerous awards. And they also followed up with, ironically, one of the persons in the documentary who unfortunately succumbed to AIDS was working on preserving film. He's actually a film historian, and they followed up with a film in 1995 called The Celluloid Closet. And this was shortly after they'd made films like Philadelphia. And Philadelphia was kind of groundbreaking because we hadn't really seen very many films, like that. And of course, things have changed quite dramatically since then. I recently watched a film for a film festival, and I think the film was called No Straight Lines, and that film focused on sort of like gays in film and cinema, but also in comics, and this is way before any of the things that we're experiencing in sort of 2021 in comics. This is how, that whole genre was built and how widespread it was and the influence that it had on a lot of people, which was very positive. It was a very positive thing. And I like the film because it is an independent film and focused on some of the positive things in that. But it was Bobby McFerrin's soundtrack, and they looked high and low as to what would be an appropriate soundtrack, because this was a film that had a very serious nature, and I just wanted to kind of explore and think about different ways that many of us who are making films, whether long or short, how are we going to go ahead and fill that music area that we desperately need. And as a film editor, you're so responsible for the film and the music. So this is something that, you have to think about both, at the same time.
Oh, and that was a huge part of Tango Shalom. What was, but isn't it interesting? I just want to point out that as far as the LGBTQ community is concerned, we had such a vibrant, from the 80s to the mid-aughts, you saw a massive cultural shift, to the point where we went from, we couldn't talk about Rock Hudson being gay, dying of AIDS, the gay plague in the early 80s, to same-sex marriage in 30 years.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a massive sea change. And it shows me that our culture, we were on a good path.
Yes.
You know, things were changing for the better, racially, sexually, religiously. Marginalized voices were being heard, and it has been completely derailed. All of this has been completely derailed over the last 10 years. The natural social evolution that was occurring, that was allowing marginalized voices to be heard, people coming forward, whether it's LGBTQ, and I include our trans brothers and sisters in all of that. This was a naturally evolving function of society because it was correct. Allowing people that have been marginalized to come to the fore and to hear their stories, to tell their tales. That's just what the right thing to do is.
Yes.
And it was happening. Our culture was on a great path. And over the last 10 years, it has been completely derailed. And the conversations have gone into Never Land. And there's no consideration about biological truths or moral imperatives or the fact that we're now living in a society where through the looking glass, everything is nuts. And it was on the right path. Things were being changed. There was going from the early 80s when the AIDS crisis was just manifesting itself, when people didn't know what it was, to same-sex marriage being the law of the land. This is amazing social progress.
Yes.
And we were seeing that across the board. You know, one of the things in the 80s that I loved is that I listened to all kinds of music. Like, I'm a fanatical Prince fan. And I could love, and people forget, when he opened for the Rolling Stones, people didn't like him. He was like booed off the stage. And this is back in the Dirty Mind days when he's wearing lingerie and shit. People are like, what is this guy? Am I black or white? Am I straight or gay? Wow. Controversy. Do I believe in God? I mean, I fucking love Prince. Now he's revered because he's, in my estimation, the greatest rock and roll musician who ever lived. And also the greatest guitar player who ever lived.
Yeah.
Rock and roll guitar. What's that?
He played many instruments as well as.
Go on YouTube and watch Prince at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's on stage with Tom Petty, Jeff Lynne, George Harrison's son. Prince does a solo on the song As My Guitar Gently Weeps, which is by George Harrison, that you can even see the guys on stage with him. They're like... Okay, I gotta say that if you watch the original video, Prince comes in at 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Now, they released a direct... Take a look at George Harrison's son. Oh, dude. The look on his face of joy, that smile. The director of that released a director's cut of it during the pandemic, where he added, yes, there is added footage of different angles that was not on the broadcast, and he went and recut so you can see more of Prince playing and more of the reactions of everybody on stage. Because one of the things that by the way, it's one of the most, I think it's the YouTube video I've watched the most. But one of the things that's amazing about it is that people said that, oh, you know, Prince was showboating or whatever. But if you watch this new director's cut, he's always checking in with his fellow musicians. And he's always like, is this okay? Because you can see him looking.
Yeah, can I go further? And they're all like, go further. You know, they're like waiting. And it is, as a matter of fact, I'll find it. It's one of my favorite. There's one point when he's just like going as he's playing it. I'm like, I've seen Prince like 30 times live. I love Prince. I mean, he's my favorite rock and roll musician by a wide margin. And that performance, and my favorite thing at the end, and only Prince could do this, and if you watch this, I defy you to explain this to me. He throws his guitar up at the end.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Where did it go?
Yeah.
You know what? It went to heaven. That's where it went. God caught that guitar.
Robert, now does the director's cut show it? Because I've yet to figure out what happened to that guitar.
Nope. The director's cut does not show it.
I wish you two would do something on Prince, like a show or something where it's just Prince. And
man.
I actually did a full tribute show on my Mixcloud channel about a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
And on the Mixcloud show, I showed that video of Prince at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Didn't have to worry about a copyright block because I'm a subscriber.
I feel like you two need to revisit it, and it would be great to watch something like that from you two, from the both of you. I would watch it. I would love to see something like that. I think that Prince was an artist that brought out the best in everybody, and I think that even as you were watching it, you were astounded by his incredible talent, but it also brought out something in you, and that's very, very hard for an artist to have that effect over just the overall population. He inspired so many and just was beautiful. His style.
He had an amazing work ethic.
Yes.
That's just second to none. When they talk about James Brown being the hardest working man in his life, after he left, I would have to say Prince.
By the way, I'm putting the new remastered director's cut version in the live chat so people can see it.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you.
And it is. Insane.
Can you two just talk about and I was a teenager when a lot of Prince's initial music, like let's say Purple Rain, came out. I was a teenager at the time. Can you just talk about the impact that you felt and the impact over the music community when Prince came out, just briefly, because I feel like we're at a moment where we could just talk about it for a second because he just was so incredible.
Well, people didn't know that at first.
Yeah.
Like when he was asked to open for the Rolling Stones after his fourth album, Dirty Mind, came out, and he was playing with gender roles and sexuality, and people thought Prince was gay at first, and there was a lot of.
Did they think he was like Bowie, maybe? Like how?
Well, no, because it was different. I mean, it was a different thing. Like a friend. Okay. So there was Prince, For You, Controversy, and Dirty Mind. 1999. Purple Rain was his 6th studio album,
right?
I believe. But 1999, if you listen to that record, it was a double album. First of all, we all know Delirious was on that, 1999, and Little Red Corvette. Those are the 3 big hits. But for my mind. And here's how I really discovered Prince. It was on 1999. It was the second half. It was the flip side of the first record that had 2 songs on it. It had DMSR and Let's Pretend We're Married. Those 2 songs in 1982 blew my fucking mind. Like I'm like DMSR is just like funk. Everybody get on the floor. What the hell did you come here for? I mean, it's so good. Girl, it ain't no you. It's so good. But then Let's Pretend We're Married. I mean, it's extreme. It's just unbelievable. And then you get to the end. There's things like International Lover and Lady Cab Driver. I mean, that record, I fucking... All the Critics Love You in New York. That record is so fucking good. And what's really interesting is if you go back... And there are people, they re-released 1999 like 2 years ago in this Ultimate Edition with all kinds of B-sides that they interviewed people like, I think like Dave Grohl, who's like, I think it was Dave Grohl who said, this is the best record that's ever been made. I mean,
no, Rob, you're right. It's gotta be in the top as far as, especially when you consider it's a double album. One of the greatest double albums ever.
Oh, my God.
Bar none.
And we don't see double albums anymore, do we really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, no, it was...
Vinyl has had a resurgence, so there are a lot of bands now, they're cutting their stuff on vinyl, and a lot of bands now are doing double albums again. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But what's amazing is...
For a long time, we didn't see them anymore, but okay, that's good to know. Robert, what were you going to say?
Well... Okay, so 1999, a double album comes out in 82. In 87, he releases another double album, Sign of the Times, which was, again, the diversity, whether it's, of course, the title track, Sign of the Times, is stripped down, dirty grind. It was awesome. And then you've got his duet with Sheena Easton, You Got the Look.
Yes.
You know, I mean, Starfish and Coffee, or the Ballad of Dorothy Parker. Dorothy
I
was
love
away
it. And that's a very, nobody ever plays that song.
Oh my God! On the promenade, she worked the night shift.
I do.
Dishwater blonde, tall and fine. She had a lot of.
I play with most DJs.
Fucking so good. That album is so good, man. And then I mean, I'm telling you, I could wax. By the way, Prince almost backed into me in his turquoise blue BMW while I was riding a bike on the Warner Brothers lot in 1990 when he was in post-production on Graffiti Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always wished I wasn't so adept on the bike and he actually hit me because I would have fallen over. No, I wish he would have, because if he actually hit me, he would have gotten out of the car and had to talk to me.
Right, of course.
I mean, I never met him personally.
You would have been sued by Prince or something like that, right?
Yeah, I didn't know he was in the car. I'm driving by. The car comes on, back out. I almost fell off the bike. I kind of did, but I didn't. He didn't hit me. You know, and if he'd hit me, he would have gotten out of the car. I'm like, God damn it! If he just fucking backed into me on the Warner lot while he was in post on Graffiti Bridge. By the way, Graffiti Bridge, not a good movie.
No.
But my favorite, one of my favorite Prince songs, one of them, Joy in Repetition, is off that album. And that song fucking kicks ass.
And you gotta really respect him for doing it in black and white, Under the Cherry Moon.
Oh, man, I love that. I love you know what? I've got it right. I have it on Blu-ray. I fucking love that movie. Kristen Scott Thomas's The English Patient love interest herself. That was her first movie.
Can we just talk about how a musician like him is making films, like, and as far as I'm concerned, successful films that in a way that we haven't seen them made before?
Well, Purple Rain was a phenomenon.
Yeah.
You know, and Ramona Clef on his life. I mean, it's not exactly his life, but and a lot of what he did, like a lot of those songs, he recorded live too. So when you're watching, like with I guess, by the way, for those of you who might not know, apparently his concert film, Sign of the Times, pseudo concert film, is on Amazon. It's streaming on Amazon. Mm-hmm. Now, it has not been released on video in the United States. I've bought the Japanese Laserdisc. I have the Japanese Blu-ray. I have the German Blu-ray. I mean, but it's never been released on physical media in the United States recently, and it's on Amazon. Now, there is overdubbing on that, but it's amazing. And it's the whole Sign of the Times record. A record. This is a big disc that was 12 inches across. It was played by a diamond stylus, you know. Oh, wait, what? Yeah.
Anyway. But there really wasn't anyone doing anything like that. I mean, who else has done anything like this? They're just, it's unmatched, right?
Well, I know that, you know, when I was growing up, okay, around the time Prince came out with his first album, you know, I was in high school. And I had some of my friends were DJing even back then. And so I came out of my shell when my drama teacher made me audition for the school play. I wound up getting one of the lead roles, and it changed my whole life. When they talk about teachers really having an effect on you, I thank my high school drama teacher for that. But when that song came out, I do a house party after the senior. We did a play called Damn Yankees, and I played the Ray Walston character in the old 1950s movie. I played the devil, and I said, "Oh, I think I'm going to throw a cast party." So my parents were so great. They went out for the night. They left. They said, "Don't tear the place up, but we're going to give you your space." And they left for the whole night. They didn't come back till the next morning. I had more than one there. But anyway, I remember, one of my buddies was already, getting into DJing, and we had a high school radio station. He DJ'd on there, and then he was going to graduate and go to Specs Howard. And he brought over the Prince album, the one where it's just his face on the front. He's on the unicorn on the back, or the winged horse. And he was playing stuff from that album, and everybody's just like, wow, it was just like so cool. And we'd look at him and go, wow, this guy, he just was so different. He was nude on the back. It just, everything about him said, there's just nothing like this, and from then on, it was just constant. He would come out with an album. I saw the Dirty Mind tour, and I saw the Love Sexy. Those are the two tours I saw.
In My Daddy's Car, it's You I Really Want to Drive, Underneath the Stars. I did not get to see by the way, Love Sexy, for those of you who don't know, Prince released an album called Love Sexy that came out after Sign of the Times. After I think it was before Batman.
And he still had, when I saw him live, he had Sheila E. Still had Sheila E. with him.
Yeah, and it had no, like when you bought the CD, there were no tracks. It was just one long thing.
Yeah.
And I fucking, that has like Anastasia on it, the song Anastasia. I love that. I mean, by the way, can I just tell you that on this director's remaster, Prince still comes in, that I posted in the live chat, he still comes in at 3 minutes and 27 seconds. So, and when he comes in, it's the way he cut it. There's split screen now, and you can see more of him playing. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it is such a great performance.
Yeah, I mean, he was the guy. What's so funny is, in this, you can see it in this performance. It doesn't even look like he's touching the guitar at some points. I mean, obviously he's playing. It's like it's floating in his hands. It's so. It's great.
The word is he makes it look effortless.
I mean, here in the forum back in, I want to say 2013, 2014, he played 21 nights at the forum, and all the tickets are $25. All of them. And I went 4 times. I was going to go every night, but I was like, I can't. I mean, and every night he would just bring random people. It was he brought like random, A-list musicians, but it was unbelievable. Like sometimes he just like pull out a piano and riff, or he just shred and play someone's cover, and he would kill it. I mean, the guy. He was not of this earth. He was a musical prodigy that and like you said, Dirty Mind. I mean, his first 4 albums. There's For You, Prince, Controversy, and Dirty Mind. Those 4 albums. I mean, that's got. I feel.
Prince albums.
Yeah, like I Feel For You. I feel for you. I think I love you.
Which is a Rufus and Shaka Khan remake.
Yeah, and Shaka Khan redid it.
Right.
So good. And then of course, Controversy is so good.
Controversy.
And so good. Am I black or white? It's so good. I mean, I love that shit. Loved it.
Like he would bring in these riffs or these. It's like, wow, how did you think of putting this here? Take Me With You. I love that song, just how it comes in. These drums is up.
Those drums are badass.
Boom, boom. It's just so different.
Yep.
Love that tune.
That's a great song too. And that drum. I mean, he was playing with those electronic drums before anyone. He was doing some production stuff that was amazing and overdubbing and oh god, he was. Can you imagine? Like he built Paisley Park because he wanted a place where 24/7, like he could just get up at 4 a.m. and call people and be like, "Okay, you ready to play? Because I'm ready to play." And they would show up. Oh yeah,
you're not turning Prince down. As a matter of fact, if you talk to people who had an opportunity to work with him that didn't, they're like, they're killing themselves.
I know.
They said, I would have gladly forfeited getting paid to work with Prince, but I needed the money. But now, in retrospect, they would probably benefited more just playing with him and gotten more stuff, you know. But you never know.
Wait do you see this director's cut, man, because the director's cut of the rock and roll, there's, like you said, George Harrison's son. There's one moment where Prince just leans back on the edge of the stage and like some roadie catches him.
Yes. And you get that. You get a little bit of that in the original.
Yeah, but in the director's cut, you see it. You see two different angles you don't see, and you see George Harrison, his son, when Prince leans back, just going, "Oh my God!" You can see his giant grin on his face, and then it cuts to another angle where you actually see what's happening. It's awesome. It's fucking epic.
You, if you ask George Harrison's son, can you name one of the greatest moments you've had, you know, experience you've had, I guarantee you that Prince, he'll tell you, when I was on stage at Prince, greatest moment of my life. I bet he'll tell you.
Ingrid St. John sends in a super chat and says, "Hi, Robin. Takumi Susugu was Prince's guitar tech at the time, and he was the one who caught the guitar."
Oh.
Ingrid St. John said that. His guitar tech, Takumi Susugu.
He hadn't been below the stage. Was he the same person that caught him?
Probably not, because that was a security guy. It wasn't a guitar tech.
Oh.
So maybe he knew they'd planned it. Well, yeah. Ingrid St. John, first of all,
thank you.
I want to thank you for that, because that's a mystery that's now solved.
Yeah.
And can I just say that Ingrid St. John is a great name.
Great
I'm
name.
like, starring Ingrid St. John as the Prodigy. Did you see the new Maggie Q? There's a new movie called The Prodigy with Maggie Q and Sam Jackson in it.
Yes.
The Prodigy. I watched that shit. I'm like, oh, sign me up. Maggie Q and Sam Jackson? Oh, my God. Like, Sam Jackson is like 73 years old, and that guy is ageless. He should be in every movie. No, I fucking love Sam Jackson, and they've got like sexual banter. I'm like, yes, dude. I know you've been married to your wife for like 50 years, but you're in a movie with Maggie Q. Get some, son. Get some. You go get some, Sam Jackson, because my God, you make every movie better.
Yeah, he even makes bad movies good. Well, he doesn't make the movie good. All he has to do is show, okay, Sam was great for 5 minutes. The rest of the movie was horrible.
No. The only movie he was ever bad in was George Lucas's Star Wars prequels, because he didn't get to be himself. Do you believe it's this boy? I'm like, come on, Sam.
Oh, he's coming back.
What kind of line reading was that?
Mace Windu's coming back. I have no doubt in my mind Mace Windu will
He was
be
in
back.
True Romance at the beginning of True Romance. He is like, I eat the butt.
I
I eat the
have no
butt.
doubt
I eat
that
every
Samuel
motherfucking thing.
Jackson's
That was
coming
great.
Back to Star Wars. Mace Windu will be back.
Everybody's hoping.
Dude, Mace Windu has the Prince lightsaber. The purple.
Yeah, he's the one that went to George Lucas. He said, "I want a purple lightsaber."
That's right.
Lifesaver.
That is right. By the way, Ingrid St. John has joined the channel, and she sent in a super sticker. I want to thank Ingrid St. John.
Thank you,
Ingrid. You know what? I just like if she's a member of my channel, I feel like every day I want to tell people, I'm like, do you know that Ingrid St. John is a member of this channel? Because her name is so cool. It's like, come on.
It sounds like a star's names.
I know, right? I'm like,
or an author.
I'm all
Jill St. John.
That's what I was thinking. But the thing about that is, it's a bad Bond movie. She's good, but Diamonds Are Forever is bad. Ingrid St. John would not be in a bad Bond movie. She'd be in a good Bond movie.
Ingrid St. John.
She'd write a book that we all want to read or something like that.
I love it. I love it.
I can see that. Starring Russell Crowe and Ingrid St. John.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Master and Commander 2.
Well, they're talking about Master and Commander 2. Master and Commander 1, they made it in Mexico, and there's a YouTube video about how they made the film and how they all kind of stayed on the ship for a long period of time and kind of lived the sailor life together. And that's why that dynamic and chemistry was so strong between Paul Bettany and, Russell Crowe, and even just the rest of the cast, is because they were living together.
Yeah. That movie, that movie's the best Star Trek movie that's been made since Star Trek Through the Wrath of Khan. I know it's not a real Star Trek movie, but it contains the Star Trek ethos in it.
Yes. Which one are you talking about, Robert?
Master and Commander with Paul Bettany.
Star Trek.
Well, it's not a Star Trek movie, but if it was, it would be a great. It's like a Star Trek movie. It's a
story that Star Trek could do. Yes.
Yes, it's very Star Trekian.
Yes.
And by the way, Ingrid St. John and William Shatner star in Star Trek 7. This movie will be better than anything that's been made in the last 12 years. Star Trek.
This movie is not yet rated.
Directed by Leonard Nimoy.
Oh my God!
A Leonard Nimoy film starring Ingrid St. John.
Ingrid St. John. It's funny. I have people on the channel, like I appoint people. Like Darth Plato has become the official historian of the channel. Kaz Graphics is my official cheesemonger. Julius Goodwin is the sommelier of the channel because he sends us wine. I need to find Ingrid St. John needs to be the official starlet of the channel.
I love it. I love it.
Ingrid St. John is the official starlet of the Burnettwork.
I want to see the headshots.
I know. Oh, you know what? We don't need. No. She's offer only.
Oh,
she doesn't need. If you're gonna hire Ingrid St. John, you don't need to see her headshots.
You better come with contracts ready.
Yeah, you got to come with. You make Ingrid St. John an offer.
I want to see offers. Yes,
that's right. And this is not show friends; it's show business. And you better make sure that Ingrid St. John knows that you value her. So pay up.
Starring Ingrid St. John as Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, I think Ingrid St. John is the new Marilyn Monroe. Kids today don't even know who Marilyn Monroe is, but you know what? They're going to know all about. When Ingrid St. John steps on that grill when the subway car goes and it blows up her skirt, she's going to be even more, she's going to be insta-famous. Marilyn Monroe was never insta-famous. Ingrid St. John, 500 million followers on Instagram.
That's right.
Kylie Jenner will have nothing on her makeup line. Jeffree Star, who is that? No one cares. All anybody needs to know is who Ingrid St. John is.
Now, St. John is a popular name, I guess the studio used for a lot of actors because it sounds so powerful.
By the way, her
Steel Magnolia's 15, starring Dolly Parton and Ingrid St.
Yeah.
Her picture is delightful. What an adorable girl she is. Ingrid St. John. America's new starlet. About to take the world by storm. By the way, Simon Cowell already bought the rights to her next album. And she hasn't even recorded her first album yet.
The ink is dry, Robert. The ink is dry.
By the way, Mus Hussein says, "Hi, Rob and Michael. Do you ever think the world will ever see an artist prodigy like Prince ever again?"
Absolutely.
I don't think we will. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
I think so. I think so.
Well,
we've gone several generations now, right, Michael?
What's that again?
We've gone several generations, let's say, from Prince, and I think we're overdue.
Well, will we see it? Us physically see it? It's a possibility, but yeah, I mean, every generation or two or three is going to have its almost godlike phenomenon.
Well, he was an auteur, right?
Yeah, no, he was. I mean,
I just don't know who it'll be.
You know what, though? I do think, though, that what is different now is the idea of musicianship. Prince could play. He could play a piano, he could play a guitar, he could play drums, and every variation, probably could play sax. I mean, he played instruments. And I think that there was an element of prodigy, musical prodigy to him, certainly, but it's a lifelong avocation. And I think that if you can master one, like Tina Guo, the Chinese girl that plays the electric cello, who plays the Wonder Woman theme, like that. First of all, I love her, because I mean, as a male perspective, she's very hot, but when she shreds on her cello, but she only plays the cello. Yeah. You know, it's not like she plays a whole pantheon. Like, I love what she does. She's incredibly talented. Prince could play all different instruments.
Yeah, it was amazing.
And if you guys watch, I did put it in the live chat. By the way, I'll put it in the live chat right now.
Thank you, Rob.
Again, I'm going to put this back. This is, again, Prince at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He comes in at 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Watch him play. And if you watch him play the guitar, it looks almost supernatural. It's so amazing, and it's so effortless, like Michael was saying. Look at that. I don't think we're going to see the likes of that again, because musicianship is kind of dying out.
Do you? I don't know. I mean, I hear this, but and I'm constantly exploring. So I'm coming across new groups or new performers, new artists, and some of these folks are multi-instrumentalists. I mean, I think really we're living in an age now where information is so overwhelming.
Yeah.
That the illusion that things are dead aren't.
Well, I mean, I have to tell you, one of my favorite YouTubers is this Italian guy named Davey504. And he's been doing this comedy shtick for years, but his whole thing is he plays the bass guitar. And he's really, really good at bass guitar. But I watch him do YouTube videos. What I would love him to do is be a part of a band. Like, I want to go to a concert and watch him play for real, where he steps out at the Rose Bowl with 80,000 people and he shreds. He's really good on bass, but he's always doing it in a controlled environment. I want to see him on a stage with great musicians. The thing about Prince is, when you'd go to a Prince concert, everybody he worked with, they could riff. They were like jazz musicians. It was free form. You never knew where they were going to go. And because they were so good at what they did and they trusted one another, that to see Prince live was really, it was a semi-quasi-religious experience, because you did not know where they were going to take you. And when you get a bunch of talented musicians creating, that's why I love jazz so much. I'm a huge Miles Davis fan, and I started playing the trumpet when I was in junior high school because I wanted to be Miles Davis, and I played for 2 years, and I realized, I'm
Miles Davis.
I'm a white dude, and I don't have the life experience. My life, I mean, everything he went through, every time he blew that horn, it was the pain of 1,000 people, and I'm like, I'm never going to be able to do what. But by the way, I did see him live. I got to see Miles play live after the Tutu album. Yep, at Bumper Shoot, he came and he played. He did an electric album, Tutu, where he covered Scritti Politi's "Perfect Way," and I thought that was like the dopest shit ever. I'm like, Miles Davis covering Scritti Politti, and it's Cupid and Psyche '85. For those of you who don't know,
Scritti Politti.
Scritti Politti in 1985, one of the great Brit pop records. Scritti Politti, Cupid and Psyche '85, and there's a song called "Perfect Way" and "Would Be's" and "I Want to Be Aretha Franklin." It's a great record, but he covered that record on his album Tutu, which is about Desmond Tutu, and that's when I saw him in support of that record, and it blew me away.
When you saw him, did he turn his back to you?
Yes. Yep. He did
he
not.
Was turning his back to
and I'm like, he walked out and he played most of the concert with his back to us. But I knew he was going to do that. And I understood. I get it. But by the way, that was not short-haired Miles. This was Jerry curl Miles. Mid-'80s Miles. He's wearing. Oh, I mean, my God, George Clinton would have been jealous of what he was wearing. It was fucking
he used to have these
amazing.
shoulder pads that would go out. He looked like a transformer.
Dude, it was so awesome. I mean, and this was at Bumper Shoot in Seattle. We have this thing, Bumper Shoot umbrella. It's a German word for umbrella. We have this great arts festival that's usually over Labor Day in September. Is Labor Day? Yeah. And it lasts all weekend, and you pay one price and you get in, you see these shows. That's where I saw Miles Davis. And it was like, I fucking saw him, man. My idol. It was great.
And the thing about Miles, of course, they said he was very difficult to work with. But one thing he wasn't a jazz snob. A lot of those greats, they didn't embrace technology. And when synthesizers first came on the scene, Miles was like, let me try it. And when he went electric, it really threw a lot of his audience off. So a lot of those albums where he went electric didn't get the kind of notoriety they did now. He was a visionary.
I got a Bitches Brew box set over there.
I got it.
Oh, it's like this metal. It's fucking dope as fuck.
And just the cover art for
dude,
Bitches Brew.
Dude, oh my God. How much do I love that record?
I need to maybe look for the poster. I'd love to frame that and put it up. What a gorgeous cover.
So good. So good. I mean, and that's not to say, like, I like classical Miles too. I've got some Coltrane and Miles Davis box sets from like the early 60s, maybe even late 50s. But late 60s Miles is pretty cool.
Oh,
I mean, it's different. It's just, but he was trying to innovate, I mean, and that didn't change when Bitches Brew came out. By the way, I'm not being disrespectful to women. That's actually the title of a Miles Davis record. Just so you know.
Right.
I'm not like Clarence Boddicker saying "bitches leave" in RoboCop. No, Bitches Brew is a great record, and it was interesting to watch Miles innovate. And I think like 17 years later, when he covered a Scritti Politti song, that was amazing. That he was of all the bands he was listening to, Scritti Politti. By the way, one of the first CDs I ever bought. Still sounds great.
Yeah, I remember when they came out. A buddy of mine, I know, had one of their albums. I think I got an album somewhere in my stash.
You have Cupid and Psyche '85. I think that's the only album they ever did. They might have done.
I know I got it somewhere here. It's been a while since. I might pull that out. It's been a while since I even listened to it.
It's pretty great. It's a pretty great record. 1985, one of the first CDs I ever bought. It's good stuff. It's good. And Miles covered Perfect Way. I mean, that's the best. And on the CD, they have the remixes, too. I was Mr. Remix Fiend. I have such a collection. Like, I'm looking over here. I've got, like, shelves of just CDs I bought from Amazon UK, because America doesn't give a shit, of remixes. 80s remixes. I'm looking now, this So 80s compilation. I have so many 80s, because I loved 12-inch remixes. I love them. And they all disappeared, but I think I've bought every British 12-inch 80s compilation that exists.
Wow.
Oh man!
I have a I think it's a clear vinyl of a 12-inch of the Shaman. You remember Shaman?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That I would love.
They started out. I believe they started out rock, and for some bizarre reason went into the electronic music and became huge.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I feel like I need to go walk over there and grab some and be like, look at this, look at this.
Please.
I'll do it.
You got to.
Okay, you guys got to talk. You guys got to talk amongst yourself. I'm just gonna go grab a few random shit and read. I'm gonna read what's in there. Okay, I'll do it. My 80s 12. stuff in the Raw Observatory I've never shown.
We're all from the same era, Rob.
Okay, hang on. You guys talk. I'm gonna go grab
Intense
some.
love.
I'm gonna go grab some. I'll just read off what's there because this will be dope. I'll love this. So you guys talk. Entertain the folks.
Entertain the folks.
Yeah, hey, you're the co-host now.
Well, actually, the only other thing I was going to say is how important electronic dance music has been to the gay community. And, for a long time, they were not accepted. There weren't very many places they could go. And certainly not very many places, where they could, express themselves and enjoy music. And, electronic dance music has done a lot of that, in addition to being able to go to different clubs, but just even in the level of expression and the level of acceptance, which is something I wanted to mention before. But, for me, I think I love when you can take, stuff like Miles Davis or any other kind of record and mix it into, music for that night. It's like, okay, perhaps tonight is the night that you feel like playing a little Miles Davis. And, you can go ahead and mix that record into your set and it can just, revitalize the set and expose Miles Davis music to just a whole nother group of listeners who may not even be familiar with his work at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you know just as well as I do. Yeah, I'm always tailored. I try to tailor my playlist for the event. But my favorite events are small festivals, and particularly world festivals. And the reason why is because they allow me to play anything I want.
Yes.
Anything. So more than likely, you come to my set, you're going to hear something you've never heard before, but you're going to like it. You're going to go, oh, that's it. Because I like to turn people on to stuff that they don't know. But, if you need me for, we need to do a all 80s, I'll burn it down. So I can give you what you want to hear, but I can give you stuff that'll make you go, how do I find this? And that's what I like to do. I like to bring people to new things.
And oftentimes, when you get booked for a show, and a lot of people may not be aware of this, you don't often get a chance to play exactly what you want, and it's very rare when you can go in as a DJ and the organizer will say, play whatever you want, and you kind of like go, what? I can play whatever I want? Like that's such a wonderful and freeing experience for a DJ to be able to have that freedom, when they're spinning.
Well, I usually do things kind of unorthodox anyway. I have no fear.
Okay, I got it. So I need to start by showing now. This CD is, I know this probably came from 87. Okay. Here is a Japanese. This is a Japanese CD that has 4 Duran Duran remix 12-inch compilations from their first album to the Notorious record. So it's got stuff from their first album, Rio, Seven and the Ragged Tiger, and Notorious. Now these are the night versions of these songs.
Right.
I'm just looking at this, and this is a Japanese CD, and anybody who knows anything about vinyl, here's the worldwide hierarchy of vinyl: Japanese, UK, and then fuck the US, because US vinyl sucks. So and the same was true of CDs. So this is a compilation. It's all in Japanese. I mean, it's beautiful. And it's got, what's so funny is, so Night Romantics, they've got the cover of the original, this was I think it was originally a UK release, and it was just 12-inch remixes off their first album. And they're all called night versions and B-sides. So you have the Planet Earth night version, and then Canada, and then their version of Fame, Bowie's Fame, Girls on Film, then Hold Back the Rain, the remix, and the Hungry Like the Wolf, the night version. I mean, this is some crazy ass shit. This CD probably costs $50, in 1986 because it's got.
I saw them live. Duran Duran opening for Peter Gabriel.
Oh
wow!
So, which is okay. So here's a British collection, Blank and Jones, So 80s, Volume 1. Now, so what these do is they have all the original versions of the 12-inch remixes, and then they also have modern remixes of the 12. And
so
if you look at this stuff, I mean, it's pretty dope. So, you know, and you look at what's on this stuff, and like I look at this, and when I would see these, like I used to scour Amazon UK just for 12-inch remix things. And so you look at this stuff, and it says, the finest collection of original classic 12-inch club and extended mixes. And I'm like, this is like crack cocaine for me. I'm like,
Robert, are these still available on Amazon
hold on,
UK?
guys. I'll be right back.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Go back.
Robert, are these still available on Amazon UK, or is this
I don't know. No, I bought well, they might be. I mean, nothing isn't available. It's always around. But what's so cool about this, like in the books, they have like the original 12-inch covers for these things, and like Robbie Neville's "C'est la vie" and Simple Minds. Yes,
that's just the way.
Oh my God, you totally, and that song fucking rules. And you totally know the lyrics.
How you been doing? They say your car broke down. The thing just isn't moving.
And so good. Like Propaganda, which is a ZTT. Propaganda's Machinery, P Machinery, Pet Shop Boys, West End Girls. I mean, you just it is so Yazoo before they became Yaz. Yazoo, Nobody's Diary. I mean,
Yes.
come on. And you look at this stuff, and it's so the stuff that they have on here is
I'm gonna have to check it out, Robert.
The Human League.
Yes.
I mean, it's this stuff. And by the way, they did like 20 of these, and you of course I had to buy Erasure, Talk, It's My Life.
Oh,
come on,
goodness.
you gotta have that 12-inch. You know. Look at this. Look at this. Scritti Politti. I didn't even know this. I did not know this. I did not pick this because of this. Scritti Politti's song "Oh Patty" with Miles Davis playing on the 12-inch. I had no idea. So
that is fate, Robert. That's fate.
I'm telling you.
Coincidental.
And I know a lot of people are going, why do you still have CDs? And I'm sure all of these can be gotten online. I'm sure Spotify has a So 80s thing, but I'm like, I have all of them. And then I did bring a sampling of others. So then there is a 12-inch 80s dance.
Nice.
Here's another British compilation.
Oh wow, Michael's pulling out the vinyl here. He's got
yes.
12-inch vinyl here with album covers.
Now here, let me just here's what's on this. This is a 3 CD compilation. Here's a few things: Dead or Alive, You Spin Me Round, Wham, Everything She Wants, Terrence Trent D'Arby, If You Let Me Stay, right?
You let me stay.
Donna Summer, I Feel Love, Inner City, Big Fun. That's a great track. Eric B. and Rakim, Paid in Full, 7 Minutes of Madness. Paid in Full. Eric B. and Rakim, my God.
Those are the days.
Art of Noise, Beatbox. I mean, Lionel Richie, All Night Long. Come on. You know you had to have that.
All night, all night.
The Bar Keys, Sexomatic. I mean, only the Brits, man. Only the Brits would do that. And then, of course, you know, here's another one. 12-inch 80s Chilled. And you know, again, I look at this and I think, my God, it's all Soft Cell, Tainted Love, Where Did Our Love Go? You have to have that. Heaven 17, Japan. I mean, this is all Brits.
Japan.
I mean, you've got ABC, Crowded House, Johnny Hates Jazz, Swing Out Sister, Amen,
Break out.
Brian Ferry.
ABC is one of my favorite bands.
So here you go. And then I did drop one. I did drop one.
Make it last. Why don't you find a way? Say what you want to say.
Okay.
Break it out.
Okay, as a New Order fan, I just want to show like what the Brits would do. So
Everything but the girl.
This is new. Oh, I love everything. Everything but the girl. What? Walking Wounded, one of the great records of all time.
Yeah, and Missing You.
Oh my God!
Did they
This,
also
by the
sing
way,
Shattered Dreams?
New Order's Low Life. Look at this. Now
Yeah.
this is recently released. They recently released all these New Order albums. Actually, when I say recent, it's probably 10 years ago. But all of their albums came out. Like, look at this shit. Come on.
That looks great.
How do you not want to have this? And there's remixes and all this. I mean, I've got this 80s collection. I probably have like 1,000 CDs. I got rid of a lot of them.
Well, speaking of New Order, I had mentioned that I saw New Order, the movie 2020, but I didn't say it was the movie. I posted somewhere, I saw New Order, and someone was like, "Oh, you saw the album?" And I was like, "No, I'm the artist." And I said, "No, it was the movie."
By the way, do you know that New Order and the Pet Shop Boys are playing the Hollywood Bowl in October?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Michael, what do you have?
Look at that. Look at what
hold
Michael's got that. Look at that. Is that New Order? Is that the World in Motion? No, it's not.
What is it, Michael?
From that album.
It is.
Which I think Republic is
dude,
one of the greatest albums ever made because there's not a clunker on there. I've played
dude, that album kicks ass. New Order's Republic is so good.
I wasn't sure, Michael. Do you have these special edition vinyls?
Some of these are a lot of these are vintage. Some of these are vintage finds. Okay. Some of these were exchanges with other DJs. Like I've got a very rare. This is one of the classic.
By the way, this is so anti-metal.
All time. And I mean all time. This is "Good Life" by Inner City.
Oh, by the way, how great is that song?
And not only that, it is a promo release.
Oh wow! So these are vinyls that the band themselves printed out and gave out to people to promote their song, correct?
Exactly.
Oh, you're so lucky, and it looks in perfect condition.
Yeah,
it is.
Okay. Now I have to show you because it's so funny because I don't have vinyl. Vinyl's way cooler than this. So here's a box set again of Duran Duran. So this is a Duran Duran box set that came. It is the singles 81 to 85.
Yes.
So what you do is you open it up, right? And what they do, this is so dope. This is so crazy. Is every single, they've got all of the CD singles and their reproductions of the actual vinyl 12 inches.
Yes.
For all of the Duran Duran 12 inches.
So Seventh and the Ragged Tiger's in there, right?
Well, not the album, but all the 12 inches that came from Seven and the Ragged Tiger.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I know they did a 12-inch of Reflex, right?
Yes, they did. And it's in here.
Wow.
But these are reproductions of the actual vinyl. And these are all individual CDs. Like, here, look, here's New Moon on Monday and Tiger Tiger. Look, here's the Reflex right there. There's the 12 inches. I mean, and the thing about it is, I'm like, I bought these things. I had them all on vinyl. I had them all on CD. But then they do some crazy cockamamie CD release where they recreate. And I'm like, oh, I got to have that. Like, do I? Well, yeah, I do because I can show it on this. I probably bought this, who knows, 20 years ago? Wow. I don't even know if I've ever opened this up, to be honest. But I'm doing it on this show right now, and I didn't even get the last of the oh my God, how cool is this? The last things I didn't take out, not the Wild Boys 12-inch and the View to a Kill 12-inch, but recreated in CD format. My God, can I just say, there is so much cool shit in the Raw Observatory. I don't even know I have it. This is some badass shit. I mean, unbelievable.
That is awesome. I love that.
I mean, look at this. It's like all of these reproductions at 12 inches. Amazing. Most people
Michael,
why do you care about all this?
Robin, you got to look at this this clear vinyl album that Michael is holding up. It's just
my God, that is
101. Wait, let me move back. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, is that a platinum album? Like, it looks like a platinum record.
That's unbelievable. And now have you? That's unbelievable.
Wow.
Like Tribe 101, and it's a it's a remix, 12-inch.
Wow,
I'm sorry, Michael. What's the song?
It's by the band Elect Tribe 101.
Nice.
That's amazing.
Yep.
That's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that. Really, like
no.
That is so rare.
It's not what you know; it's who you know.
It's true. By the way, we have a lot of people are firing in super chats and things.
Hi.
Paul in Long Beach, who's hilarious.
Hey, Paul.
Paul says American history that they don't teach you in high school or college because we're still cowards afraid to confront our national sins. In 1982, Men at Work's album Business as Usual spent 15 weeks at #1 and outsold Synchronicity and 1999 combined.
Wow.
Well, the Safety Dance, Men at Work, aren't they from? Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow.
One of the greatest 12 inches ever pressed.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
You take me to Funky Town.
So good.
And it still has the original sticker from the 70s on it. At the top.
Wow.
That's all good.
Michael.
I love
I
that.
got one for you, Robert. You'll love this.
I love that this shows. I mean, this is the fucking most metal shit ever. Showing our record collections and CDs.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy it.
Here's a 12-inch I think Robert will really dig.
Wow.
Ah.
And that is that like from A Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste?
Yeah.
I don't know. What kind is this from? To be honest with you, I'm not sure.
Skinny Puppy.
Yeah, I don't know but
this one, it's off it's Dig It. It's the song Dig It, but I can't remember which album it's on.
yeah, but I look, Skinny Puppy. It's so funny. People are like, what's Skinny Puppy? Well, just you kids out there, you'll know.
Skinny Puppy, you don't know electronic music.
Just find out. By the way, Cardinal Sin says, when I managed a record store in Des Moines, the girls from Drake University used to come in and get the freshest CD singles from the UK that we had. Well, Cardinal Sin, I would say that what you should have told them is, I will hold some in the back for you. Why don't you meet me for lunch one day, maybe?
Hi, Cardinal Sin.
Here's one, and I can talk for hours about this band.
Man, I didn't even know. Like,
for some strange reason, I don't know why I just think they're so fantastic, and it's ABC.
Oh, of course. Well, ABC is an amazing band.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and was ABC? Were they ZTT? Was Trevor Horn producing ABC? I'm not sure, but
Trevor Horn produced the very first album that Look of Love was on.
Right. The Look of Love that he did produce. First of all, I know this is so weird to say. That's why I love Frankie Goes to Hollywood so much, is because Trevor Horn produced them. I actually have a disc. I have a disc produced by Trevor Horn that has 12 inches like Godley and Cream's Cry. You don't know.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, I've got it's over there. I'm a huge Trevor Horn fanatic. That's why I love Frankie so much, because Trevor Horn was an amazing producer. Aiken sends in a super chat and says, I know the ASMR from EDM you mean. Listening to my favorite tracks while driving or riding makes the ride transcendent and my foot heavier.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's wonderful. And it's great to hear from you.
I want to thank you, Aiken, for supporting the channel. Whenever
Hold on, can I show one last one, Rob?
Dude, what do you mean one last? There doesn't have to be a last one. Well, who's going anywhere? I'm not going anywhere.
Super rare.
Oh my God.
Does this look like 70s or not?
Dude, come on. And by the way, those are beautiful. Those are in beautiful condition. Why aren't those in vinyl sleeves, man? Come on.
Wow.
I don't know.
No one's gonna touch them but you. So it's okay.
I clean them before I play them, but I'm not like super anal.
No, it's like my laser discs. I have to have. They all are in vinyl sleeves. Like this is the first letterbox. Still the gold standard of color timing on. You gotta have it.
You're just a perfectionist.
Well, no,
I'll play.
It's I know it's terrible, but vinyl. All my records, all my vinyl, I always had to put my 12 inches in sleeves. It was so stupid, so anal retentive. The rest of this place is a disaster area, but oh wait, my laser discs are
good. You put your 12-inch in sleeves?
Oh yeah.
I have friends who, when you used to get these 12-inch vinyls, it would be covered in plastic, and so you just cut it just ever so slightly and keep the plastic on the.
No. I went and bought these individual. Look, this So like, okay, here's my. Well, this is not a good example, but my Laserdisc of Crash, right?
Right.
So these were the vinyl sleeves that this one's really dirty. I'll get.
Oh, so they're like more of a custom-made sleeve.
Yeah. Okay. So here's my letterbox version of Michael Mann's The Keep, right?
Right.
So here is the disc, and it's in this really heavy vinyl sleeve.
Right.
So and if you look, I mean, I've probably had this Laserdisc for I don't know how long, 30 years, and this disc looks brand new. I mean, this sleeve looks brand new. And that's what I would do with my 12 inches. But here's the thing. When I got into CDs, I had about 300 12 inches. And I gave them all to a girl, a friend of mine who I'm still friends with. And she has my entire 12-inch collection. And they're still all in these vinyl sleeves.
Okay.
And they're all like from 1983 to or 1980 to 1985 or 87.
The closest that I ever got to like this level of a collection was I remember when I was a kid, my brother used to be friends with people who used to do parties. You remember in the 80s when people did these parties?
Oh, yeah.
They were like house parties. And they had, big speakers and turntables and, a ton of vinyl. And, they were going to throw this house party at my house. And, like my neighbors were not happy about it, but we had the party and it was a great party. And after the party was over, they left the equipment like in our house. And there was like this really cool, these giant speakers and these turntables. And my brother's like, those aren't normal turntables. It's not like your record player, like it's different for these types of.
Right?
I'm sorry?
Was it the 1200s?
Yes. And, I didn't know anything about, those records at the time, but I never forget that was like such an incredible thing to even see the collections, because that was, back in the day when if you wanted to hear a song, you had to ask the DJ, it's like, do you have that song, this particular song? And they would say, yeah, I'll look and see if I have it. And they, have to scroll through your whatever crate of records you had with you. Some of these guys were traveling with like 6 and 7 crates. Like it was ridiculous, but you had to, because there was no other way to play music at the time. So, and recently I went to an event called Interzone in New York, and they kind of like had a section where they played electronic music on synths, but they also had a bunch of people who just did straight up vinyl. That's all they did. And it was like so cool to see somebody like back on a vinyl record scratching and mixing. And I was like, I feel like I'm in heaven now. Like this is what we know. The only thing missing was like someone getting up there with a mic and just kind of like, hey, thanks for joining us tonight, kind of thing,
MC,
an MC. That's right. That was the only thing that was missing, because, but that's okay.
In the chat, people say not everyone is rich R&B. I just want to say that. I just want to say that
I don't have a lot of vinyl for those of you out
but
there. We all have different situations.
I would say that the things that I'm showing are like 30 years old.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, not the compilations. They're like 20 years old, 10 years old. But I mean, I have a lot of stuff that I bought originally when it came out in the 80s. You know, I mean, and I used to work at the largest optical disc only retailer in the world.
Really?
Which was in Seattle in the 80s, called Silver Platters. All we sold was laser discs and CDs. That's it. It's always sold. I mean, Tower Records sold vinyl, but we were the only company, and I did get things at cost, and I worked there, so you know, there's a lot of things that I bought. It wasn't expensive. I mean, I worked there because I wanted the shit. I wanted the CDs and the laser discs. That's why I got the job, and I was the manager and buyer of this stuff. So there's I look at like this Duran Duran CD. When I got it, it was relatively expensive, but I probably got this. I literally got this in 1986.
Wow.
And so this, as a matter of fact, I'm looking here for the actual date on it. So this is at least, because Notorious came out in 86. So this is at least a 35-year-old CD.
Yeah.
So, you know, and yes, when I bought it, it was hideously expensive. It was probably like $50, but it's 35 years old. But it looks good, right? I mean, it's like, hey,
you take care of it.
And of course, but look at this. Like, I never look at that. That is a flawless CD.
Yes, it is in perfect condition. I don't have a lot of vinyl. I don't have a lot of CDs, and I don't have a lot of DVDs, really. I just enjoy watching everybody else's collections. That's what this is about, is that, you know, it's just we're enjoying each other's collections and talking about this stuff. It's fun. That's why you collect. And, you know, everybody has a different financial situation. I could not afford. Remember when DVDs came out and they were like $70? You remember?
They always overprice new technology.
They were very, very expensive. And, you know, I have a friend who has bought like everything that's ever came out, and I could never do that. And fortunately, like, he has like a lending library, you know, like he has a spreadsheet of all of the DVDs that he has. So whenever I want to look at something that's on the spreadsheet, I'll ask him for it. But I knew I couldn't afford it, and that's okay. You know what? You just, you know, you do the best that you can and just enjoy it.
That's right.
I have a bunch of crap in here, like this in the Raw Observatory. There are things I look at CDs. I still have the first CD I ever bought in 1983. By the way, it was Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. I couldn't even play it because I didn't have a CD player, but I bought the double disc CD because I thought it was cool, you know. And that was how long ago? But this whole place is full. I look at stuff. There's stuff in here that I have books that are. Like, I have my first edition copy of Christine I read at my grandfather's house in Palm Springs on spring break in 1983. I'm like, there it is over there. You know, this whole place is just filled with ridiculous stuff. So
it's not ridiculous. It's valuable to you, and, you know, you're enjoying it, and you're enjoying it with us. So, you know, it's not ridiculous. We're all benefiting from it. That's why.
Well, that's what I love about doing these shows. I can like be like, hey, I'm finally like, I don't even remember the last time I put this actually in a CD player 20 years ago, but I have it.
Yeah.
I'm a Duran. I'm a
You have it
Durani.
for whenever.
I know, right?
Whenever the memory hits you.
I mean,
I got something for you, Rob, and I'm glad I was able to scramble and find it. Speaking of Duran Duran, I went to an estate sale about 2 months ago. And there was some vinyl there, and had already gotten rummaged through by several people. And even went through it. A guy who owned a record shop went through it. So by the time I got there, I said, not much left here, huh? I said, yeah, a lot of people are looking through the selections, but there wasn't a whole lot bought. I went, okay, and I went through it. Rob, I was like, I can't believe some of the stuff these folks are leaving behind.
Because they don't know.
So one of the things that I found, this is, oh, come on. a Duran Duran 45. All right? Now, not only that, it is on a classic label that most record aficionados will know that it's on Harvest.
Yeah.
That's even more rare. The other thing, Rob, is that Hungry Like the Wolf is on the A side, and then on the B side, a remix of Hungry Like the Wolf.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, I mean how cool is that?
And it's brand new.
You know, it's funny. No, because people don't know what that is.
Nobody, whoever owned it, didn't play it.
No, and honestly, it might have just been a single pressing. I mean, I don't know if record.
And that's not. I mean, some of the other stuff has nothing to do with electronic, but I was finding some great '70s soul, and it was crazy.
Well, soul does have something to do with electronic music because a lot of soul, pieces of soul music are incorporated into a lot of electronic dance music. So it does have a lot to do with it. I mean, like it's in a lot of ways, it's like a foundation for a lot of what we're listening to.
By the way,
by some of the stuff, I said, this guy has a record store and some of these things are rare, but he must really have a great record store.
Shogun Orta sends in a super chat and says, R&B, have you ever heard of the Dune-inspired experimental album by Zed? I have not. But the newfangled thing calls the internet, I'm gonna look. Zed Dune album. I have not heard it, but wow, Visions of Dune. Here we go.
We've got to listen to that. I've seen Zed maybe 4 or 5 times over the last few years, and I saw him I guess most recently on New Year's Eve in Arizona. And I love Zed.
Wow, Zed. This was from 1979, and there's actually a video on YouTube. I'm gonna put this video. I'm gonna put this video in the live chat.
Please do, because I'm a Dune fan, and I'd love to see that.
Is it the letter Z or is it ZED?
It's ZED.
I've heard of Zed, but I've never heard of the Dune thing.
No, neither I.
I want to get a Laserdisc player.
Yeah, it says 1979. It can't be the same artist I'm thinking of.
I want to get a Laserdisc player, and I only have one Laserdisc.
Uh-huh.
And so Rob, don't beat me up. When I got it at a resale shop, so it was already kind of beat up. But this is awesome.
Oh,
wow.
Okay, can I talk about that?
I already know you have it.
Well, no. Let me tell you about that. No, hang on. Hold on. So the guy who produced that Laserdisc, his name is Michael Pellerin. And he hired me after he did this. He did that in the 90s. He hired me at his company, Curdy Pellerin. And the first thing I did was work on the DVD of Fantasia. But he gave me the job. He handed me that Laserdisc, and he said, we're going to do the DVD for the 20th anniversary, and I need you to make a documentary. We didn't have a documentary. He handed me that Laserdisc, and I made a feature-length documentary on the making of Tron because my boss at the time produced the Laserdisc you just showed me, and he's like, the one thing that's not on that disc is an actual documentary. So I spent 6 months tracking down. I interviewed Bruce Boxleitner, Jeff Bridges.
Wow.
So if you get the Blu-ray of that disc, it has my documentary on it, and it was all based on that Laserdisc that you have.
Wow.
There's 3 discs in here.
Yeah, and those discs are amazing, and what they don't have though is an 88-minute documentary, because it's all still frames, and it's amazing. That disc is amazing.
I hope you're proud of me, because I left them in there. These are high quality protective sleeves.
By the way, those are Japanese too. Those are Japanese discs. They're pressed in Japan.
Really?
Yeah, and you can tell because aren't those? Wait, hang on. Show me the whole disc. It's like U-shaped, isn't it?
You're
the
absolutely
sleeve
right.
the sleeve is U-shaped.
There's Japanese writing on
Yep. Oh, I know my Laserdiscs, sir. I know my Laserdiscs.
When you say your documentary is all still frames, you mean like Ken Burns effect still frames?
No. I mean on those discs, there's not a like an hour and a half documentary you can watch on the making of Tron. So that I was tasked with that. And so if you I did it for the 2002 20th anniversary release of Tron, and I directed it and edited the documentary, and it's on the Blu-ray. But in 2002, it was nominated for Best Documentary of the Year, and I lost to MASH. MASH won.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
The original. I'm like, I can't. But I'm very proud. I worked my ass off on that documentary. So.
Yeah, everything. This is a mint. Looks like I bought it yesterday.
Oh, and it's those white discs are beautiful. The boxes.
So wait, the award that you were nominated for, what was the award exactly, Robert?
Okay, so back in the early aughts, when DVDs were huge, they actually had a televised award show for DVD awards, like the Academy Awards of DVD.
Wow.
And I was nominated. Hang on. As a matter of fact, I'd have to look on my own IMDb page because I don't.
Michael, that jacket is incredible looking.
Oh, I want to take the inner sleeves out and frame it, put them up.
Mm-hmm.
So it was called Variety put it on, and it was called the DVD Exclusive Awards.
Oh wow.
Let's say I think it was 2003, maybe, and it was a big deal. You know, it was a big deal.
Of course.
And
I paid $5 for that. I got it at a Salvation Army.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, the DVD Exclusive Awards were let's see, I'll tell you what it was. My not best audio commentary. It's on the IMDb. It's very funny. So. I'm finding it. There's
I'm shocked with Robert because just like my buddy, he gets jealous when I find these figures before he does. And I go, dude, you have a mausoleum in your home. I have nothing compared to you. So I'm just going to be thinking, Rob has everything. He's got to have that Tron disc.
Yeah.
I just expect it.
Here's it was best overall new extra features for library release. It was Tron, but Tron lost to Beauty and the Beast, but that's not what I was nominated for. I mean, Tron was an overall disc, which was great, but original retrospective documentary library release. My Tron documentary was nominated. Here were the other people in the category: MASH, Back to the Future, Fatal Attraction, Legend, Tron, First Blood, Singing in the Rain, Beauty and the Beast, Amadeus, and The Last Waltz.
I never heard you talk about this before.
No, it's funny because you know what? To be honest, I forget this stuff.
Wow,
so this was the DVD Exclusive Awards, original retrospective documentary. Those were the it looks like there's 10 documentaries nominated, and Tron was nominated. The one I directed, and it even says you know what? I'm gonna take a screen cap of this. I forgot.
Please.
I totally forgot about this.
Rob, you should be. I don't know if the term pride is the right one, but you should be extremely proud. Look at the company that you were in.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. And but what's funny is, you forget about this stuff because, like, I didn't realize. I'm looking at the company I was in. It was pretty great company, and MASH was really well done. And of course, they had a lot more money, but still. This was a televised event. At the time, I was married, and my wife and I went in like black tie.
Wow,
so weird. I mean, it's like, and we're at a big event. It was at the Wiltern Theater, and it was televised. And I didn't realize we were up for 2 awards for Tron. But so when you watch the documentary, I love my documentary for Tron because I I worked really, really hard on it, and nobody cared because they had already made the Laserdisc. They're like, that ship has sailed. We don't care. And we were all working on Lord of the Rings. I'm like, no, I'm gonna make Tron really good. Like nobody cared. They're like, I'll do it. I'll do it.
How did you feel when you got, the nomination notice?
Well, it's funny. Here's my baseline, and people think I'm an egomaniac, but I'm like, I know that the work that I do is good to great. It's never mediocre because I put so much of myself in it, and I know it's good to great. So for me, the joy of it all is the creation, and when I send it away, I would assume people would like it. So for me, making something is the reward. So when someone comes back and says, "Oh, you're nominated for an award," in my mind, I'm like, well, I should be, or of course, because it's good. Because I wouldn't want to do something that's bad. And I've worked on things. I've worked on things that are, like the first movie I ever edited was so bad it sat on a shelf at Full Moon for 2 years. And when they brought us in, I was like, "Can I do this? Can I do that?" And everybody was like giving me leeway. So I'm like, we all need to make this better. Like all of us should make this better because it's for the audience. The whole point is we're going to be sending out a movie to be seen by people. So don't you want those people to like it? Like, why would you ever want? And so my baseline for everything is, how can I make this better for the audience? And for my career, I've never been able to control I'm always getting things after they've been shot. Like I can't control what was done. So I can only take what was given to me and be like, okay, let's try this. Tango Shalom was a lot like that. I mean, I was given an enormous amount of leeway to work on the film because there was a lot of things they just didn't have. They didn't shoot. Like, I'm like, so you guys have a dance climax, but you didn't shoot an audience. It's not you. Isn't it supposed to be a live television broadcast? Like, they didn't even think about it. I'm like, when I looked at the original footage for Tango Shalom, the end of it, I'm like, you guys didn't shoot your ending. You don't have you've got all these sort of disparate things. You need to intercut it. Like, this is a TV show. And I asked the question, I'm like, is there a live audience? And they're all like looking at me going, what do you mean? I go, well, the end of the movie is it's a TV show. It's broadcast. Like, is there a live audience? And it never occurred to anyone. Right. And it wasn't in the script. I'm like, okay, I get that. But as the editor, like, I need to know, where are they? Like, what is the room that they're in? Is it a gymnasium? I mean, are they in, like, where are they? Like, I need to know if I'm going to cut this dance sequence, where are these people? And they couldn't answer that question. And right. I said, okay, I'll tell you where they are. And I'm like, they're in a studio. It's a live broadcast. There's all kinds of people around. Right. And you didn't shoot that. And they're looking at me like, how do you do that? I'm like, well, we're gonna buy stock footage. And I said, one of the things we need is an audience. Right. And we have to have an audience watching this competition. And we actually bought, in the finished film, it's a Ukrainian talk show. It's Russians. And I love the footage because it was widescreen. I'm like, this is what we're going to use.
It looks wonderful.
Yeah, and I was like, no one's going to know. Because I took all the stock footage. But at the time, when you're making these things, everybody's throwing in their 2 cents. And you have to stick to your guns. You have to be like, I know how to make this. And it might not be the best thing in the world because it wasn't first mounted as being the best thing in the world. All you can do is come in after the fact. And for me, it's a creative problem-solving thing. I'm like, okay, so Tango Shalom doesn't work at all. There's not enough. And I'm like, so how do we make it work? It's like Apollo 13. You have to create some oxygen scrubber with what you have in your capsule. Right. You like, I don't know how we're going to do that. And yes. Yeah. And so for Tango Shalom, I'm like, Because I never look at it and go, fuck this. I'm like, this is an interesting creative challenge. And that's what it only took me 5 fucking years of my life, but we still got it done. But it was still, like, I look at it now, there's things that, like, for any of you who watch Tango Shalom, watch how many different kinds of video cameras show up in the competition scene. Because you'll look at it and go, wait a minute, none of them match. And they're all like, one of them is ancient technology, one is modern technology, but nobody notices. I do, and I cringe, and I'm like, oh.
I couldn't tell the differences. It looked the same to me, Robert. Like, what did
thank
you
God.
must have done something.
Then I did my job. Now everyone.
I'm sorry, Rob. Is it streaming now? How do I get a chance to see your movie?
Well, it opens August 27th at theaters around the country. I don't know where, but I hope it comes to Detroit.
I hope so too.
By the way, it's a movie your grandma would like. It's going to be rated G. It's not exactly.
It's for everyone. It really is for everyone.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
Well, listen, you lovely folks. Yes. Norwegian Kryptonian says, I have a first edition UK version, solid blue triangle, Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, the LP, and it sounds absolutely marvelous. I bet it does. I mean, my God. But Pink Floyd, they pioneered recording techniques. I mean, they were amazing.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they were fantastic.
Kids, we're at 4 hours on this show.
Is that all?
And Elizabeth's like, well, you don't have to go. Just go 2 hours. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to call it because I've got to do one of these shows tomorrow. I want to say, Michael, what a great show. I had so much fun. I hope you both did. And by the way, again, I have to give it up to for doing research about Staci Layne and Wilson. She was a phenomenal guest, but I really appreciate the work you put. See, this is what makes people awesome. I did not ask her. As a matter of fact, we didn't even talk.
No,
I just posted the picture going, hey, and I called up Dave Parker, asked him to make the picture. He did. We didn't talk. As a matter of fact, I sent you the link tonight. I didn't even know because we hadn't talked. I was like, oh, we haven't talked because I've been so ensconced in Tango Shalom. I didn't even know you were going to show up. You might have been gone away with your mom for the 4th of July. I had no idea.
I was going to show up. If I wasn't going to show up, I would have told you.
But we didn't talk. Like but you, not only did you show up.
We need to talk more.
We do. But you showed up and you researched the hell out of this. You watched your documentaries. This is why, I mean, a Fortune 500 company is going to come swoop you up. And then what am I going to do for a co-host? I don't know.
I'll still co-host.
Well, I want to thank for not only being a great moderator and a great co-host, but for doing the research and making our guests feel important, and also by making me look good. So at the end of the day, thank you so much. I mean, I'm so fortunate to have you. So thank you for being here, and man,
it's my pleasure, Rob.
You elevate the discourse, and thank you. And on another note, Michael, great to have you back too. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
geeking out.
It's not easy to get in here now, Rob. You become so popular. I've tried to get on a few times, but the sessions get full real quick.
Well, yeah, there's only one person and I kicked off our favorite Brit too. I feel bad, but you know what? This was a musical kind of night, and I think it was good that we went as long as we did. And I probably haven't touched this. I don't even remember buying this New Order CD, but hey, there it is. And because of tonight, I got to touch it again. So thank you.
Because of tonight, I will be playing New Order during the day. I'm going to be playing electronic music, I think, all day.
Yeah. So Michael, let me ask you: can people find you on social media?
Well, actually, the YouTube channel would be the best place to start because I'm going to branch everything out from there. So go to the Electronic Composer and please subscribe. And I will be, like I said, getting out new content. Oh, and
yes,
I wanted to give you real quickly, Rob. The reason I had to slow down getting my CD, my electronic music out, is because I've been waiting 6 months for the Library of Congress to send me that confirmation of copyright. I don't know why it took so long.
I understand
I
because
didn't get it until 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
So now I'm free to kind of put it out publicly, but there's certain things that I'm still doing, IRC codes and everything like that. But finally I can get this thing going because I've been stalled for 6 months waiting for the Library of Congress.
Okay. I look forward to hearing it, and I'm sure we'll talk more about it.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, can people find you on social media?
No, but you can reach me at rimo@freshmusicfreaks.com.
Or you can reach her at theburnetwork.net and just say, I want to talk to can you pass this along, Rob? And I'll say, well, if you're respectful, I will. So if you ever want to write Midnight Metal a letter, you can at theburnetwork.net.
Yes.
And if you want to send a letter to Michael, I'll pass it along. If you want to send something to I will pass that along too. And it's, by the way, free of charge. So
one last thing, Rob. I emailed you twice. And maybe I got the email address wrong, but I've emailed you twice.
Did you do it
several weeks ago?
I should send you my direct email.
Okay.
Did you email it to the website, to theburnetwork.net?
I did it two ways. The first time I came on, you gave me an email address, and I used that. And then I went to your actual website, and then down with the box where it says, what is your question about? And then I put in there, and I sent an email, but I didn't get a response either way.
Ooh, well, I apologize for that. I probably didn't see it. I don't know, but I'll look for it. I mean, we get... I'm not going to make an excuse. I haven't seen it. I will find it.
I can't imagine how many emails are in your box every day. So it's no big deal. I can tell you
because I don't get rid of them. I have in my inbox right now, I have 43,392 emails.
It doesn't surprise me.
Now, but remember, those are emails that I don't get rid of. I keep because whether it's working on a film or you need an archive, like you know, when you have that many emails, you just type in someone's name and it pops up, or you can do a search. But there are, in my inbox, there are 43,392 emails right now.
Which doesn't concern me anymore because, like I said, if I can pop in every once in a while, we can catch up on things.
But I think this is a lot of fun.
Oh,
loved
my
it.
Goodness, yes.
Cardinal Sin says, play the DVD I sent you, Rob, Charles Beaumont doc. Oh. Which I will, which is here, and I can play it right here. I haven't even taken it out of the box. I know, but it's here. And by the way, right next to Dieter Bastian's Dolby Atmos new Yellow album CD from Germany, which is out of control. This shit is
I love Yellow.
This is unreal. It's an album recorded in Dolby Atmos. It's insane. It's insane. This album is insane.
Michael, can you please provide us with your website again, just in case people missed it?
Yeah, please. It's The Electronic Composer, and it's TheElectronicComposer. Nice. As a matter of fact, let me just type it into the chat.
We appreciate that.
Yes, please do. Yep. So yeah, one day I'll look through all these emails, and someday I'll But I do try. I mean, I do try, and it's keep it manageable. So yeah, Cardinal Sin, I will play that. Charles.
Thank you so much.
It should be. It's not on private because I did have people respond to a couple of videos that I did recently, but I typed it in there the way it's spelled. Shouldn't be hard to find. There's nothing on YouTube spelled that way. So
right.
But please subscribe. Help me get this thing rolling.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate the plug.
Of course. I mean, that's what more. I mean, this is all about getting the word out. So that's one of the great things. Well, everybody, I'm going to bring this chat to an end because I got to do observations later and get up and feed the dogs. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, which means the dogs are going to wake me up in 3.5 hours anyway. I got no choice. But I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank Michael for being here. I want to thank Staci Layne Wilson for being here. What a great guest. I want to thank for being not only a great co-host, but for doing the research and doing the work, which means her knowledge just makes me look better. And, I'll take credit for her genius. Fine with me. But I want to thank her for being the great co-host that she is. And I want to thank all of you for watching. Midnight Metal is a very fun show. Thanks to Dave Parker for designing a graphic for tonight's edition. And remember, everybody, we will be back tomorrow night with director Darren Scott. He's a director, a writer, a producer. He was a producer on Menace to Society. He most recently had Tales from the Hood 3 come out. He directed Deep Blue Sea 2. He's directed so many things. He and I worked together on Femme Fatales. He's one of my favorite people in the world, and he will be on the show with Dave Parker and myself tomorrow on July 4th, our 4th of July edition of Midnight Metal. Yes. And so he will be here, so join us tomorrow. And Darren's going to talk about his career and where he's going, where he's been, and race in Hollywood, all kinds of things. And Darren is one of the smartest, kindest, nicest, most talented people I know. Can't wait to talk about everything under the sun with him. So there you go. Fucking metal, you guys. You gotta stay fucking metal. Stay fucking metal. Ah! And on that note, I mean, Rita's like, oh, shit, I said it again. It's 7:12 where you are.
Yes, it is. It is 7:12, and yes, it is 7:12. Yes.
And Michael, you're not that far, but are you in the Eastern time zone?
It's 7:12 here.
7:12. Wow! Look you can see the light coming in. So I'm going to let you two beautiful people go. And I want to thank my moderating staff. Of course, the Richard is here. Of course, Bunyan Snipe is here. Darren Seeley is here. I want to thank all of you gentlemen for doing what you do and all that. And Tom Jr. Jackson, I want to thank you for filling in as a moderator yesterday. I very much appreciate that. But I had to rescind your privilege. I want to thank you. But maybe one day I'll make you a moderator again. But thank you for that. I love Tom Jr. Jackson. He's amazing. And thank you for everybody. And thanks for supporting the channel via tips and super chats. And if you want to send us letters, you can go to the Burnettwork.net website free of charge and just put in your subject heading, what you want. If you want to write a letter,
yes,
you can. You can say, this is for and I'll send it to her. You know? Even Michael Elliott. If you want to write Michael Elliott a letter, I'll figure out how to send it to him. I'll be like, okay. Send it to him.
To go through the trouble, but it's nice.
That's what this channel is all about. And while I'm imperfect and I've got 10,000 things going on, we're still having fun, right? We're still having fun.
Loving every minute of it, Rob.
Well, that's good. And on that note, then, I'm going to say this: every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear, and all you have to do is listen. And with that, I will say to Michael and to all of you viewers, and to most of all the gods of metal, thank you for being here for Midnight Metal episode 28. I can't believe this show's gone 28 episodes. It was supposed to be like fully articulated like one show, but because of you, we're still here. So thank you all for that. And I will say to everyone, I guess, have a better morning.
Yeah.
Have a better morning.